course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
We live in a world of artificial intelligence. Things are a bit much easier now for us. It might be tough for us to go back to already established talents to track them. But with the new ones here, that's why you see our fintech and all of them flourishing. We just need to tap into that technology of AI, and it will help out. It's there already, you get, and it will help keep data. Data is the new currency. And once you have data, why some of the scouts abroad are a bit wary of touching some of our talents is because there's no data. You understand? So they're just going with your word. Yes, it's a talent, we see that, but we would like to see his data because it helps us also, and I'm talking as a European or someone from the abroad, as we like to say. It helps them to say, at this age to this age, these were some of the traits we saw. So that gives us an idea that if we put this through, we know what the outcome will look like. Because now we live in a world where you can determine outcomes. So for all of that to happen, I think we need to start taking our data.
morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. It's a pleasure to have you start your morning with us today. Let's see what's making the headlines today. $84 billion saved from petrol subsidy, now financing 40 key roads, federal government says. Nigeria's most valuable companies face $6.2 trillion debt surge. Insecurity economy deserve more attention than Lagos-Calabar coastal highway, says Peter Obi. Africa's foreign debt will surpass $1.3 trillion by 2025. La Liga rejects Real Madrid's request to delay 2025-2026 start. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the federal government has revealed that the removal of the petrol subsidy under President Bola Tinubu has saved over $84 billion, being channeled into the construction and rehabilitation of 40 key road projects across the country over the past 2 years. The National Orientation Agency revealed this in a policy brief of President Tinubu's 2 years assessment made available to newsmen in Abuja. The report, which reviewed the outcomes of the subsidy removal since May 29, 2023, noted that the policy averted a looming economic crisis, clearing long-standing financial liabilities, increasing capital investment, and supporting the financial stability of state governments. Moving on, Nigeria's most valued non-financial companies with market capitalization exceeding 1 trillion naira are experiencing a rise in debt burdens, with combined debt portfolios increasing by 30% in the first quarter of 2025. Reports reveal that the collective debt of Nigeria's most valuable listed firms rose to 6.2 trillion naira in Q1 2025, up from 4.8 trillion naira in the same period last year. The elite group of companies includes Bua Foods, Dangote Cement, MTN Nigeria, Seplat Energy, Geregu Power, Bua Cement, Transcorp Power, Nigerian Breweries, International Breweries, Lafarge Africa, Transcorp Hotels, and Nestle Nigeria. This surge is attributed to soaring inflation and the depreciation of the naira, pushing many companies to borrow more to offset rising operational costs. Also on the Labour Party's 2023 presidential candidate Peter Obi has faulted the Tinubu administration's focus on the Lagos-Calabar coastal highway, arguing that Nigeria's worsening insecurity and economic instability demand more urgent attention. Speaking during an interview with Arise News on Monday, Obi quoted the rationale behind committing substantial resources to large-scale infrastructure projects amid the country's ongoing crisis. The former Anambra governor emphasized that national security and economic production are the backbone of any successful society, insisting that infrastructure projects, regardless of their scale, should come before securing lives and livelihoods. Now, to end the local news, Mariam Abacha, the widow of former military head of state General Sani Abacha, has rejected long-standing allegations that her late husband looted billions of dollars during his time in office, insisting there is no credible evidence to support the claims. Mrs. Abacha, speaking in a TV appearance on Sunday, challenged the narrative surrounding her husband's legacy and questioned the basis of such accusations. The former First Lady also claimed that funds her husband allegedly secured for Nigeria disappeared shortly after his death, criticizing the continued focus on her husband nearly 3 decades after his death and questioning the motivations behind such scrutiny. And on the foreign scene, Africa's total external debt is expected to surpass $1.3 trillion by 2025 and continue to increase gradually through 2029. According to reports, this is albeit a slower pace than the sharp rise recorded between 2016 and 2022. The report obtained in Afreximbank's half-year report revealed that the trajectory of Africa's foreign debt has begun to stabilize amid changing global financial conditions and evolving domestic fiscal strategies. Also, a referendum in Italy on easing citizenship rules and enhancing workers' rights has been declared invalid. Reports show that around 30% of voters participated, well short of the 50% threshold required to make the vote binding in the poll, which began on Sunday and ran until Monday, June 9. The ballot featured 5 questions covering different issues, including a proposal to halve the length of time an individual has to live in Italy before they can apply for citizenship from 10 to 5 years. This referendum has, however, initiated by a citizens' initiative and supported by civil society groups and trade unions whom campaigned for the yes vote. Now to sport, La Liga has rejected a request from Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid to postpone the start of the 2025-26 league season, despite both clubs' involvement in the summer FIFA's Club World Cup. The expanded tournament in the United States will prolong the 2024-2025 campaign by a month for both Madrid clubs, raising concerns over player workload. The upcoming season is also bookended by the 2026 FIFA World Cup to be held in North America, compounding fixture congestion and sparking renewed debate around player welfare. Despite the looming scheduling issues, La Liga has confirmed that the 2025-2026 season will begin on the weekend of August 16 to 17 and conclude on May 24, 2026. Until in the news, Champions League runner-up Inter Milan have appointed Parma boss Christian Chivu as manager. The 44-year-old former defender and youth team coach at Inter leaves Parma after only 13 games in charge and replaces Simone Inzaghi. The former Romania international was appointed by Parma in February, marking his first senior coaching role. Inzaghi left Inter after the 5-0 Champions League final defeat by Paris Saint-Germain on 31st of May, taking charge of Saudi Pro League side Al Hilal. Chivu, who was signed a contract until 2027, was decorated with 3 league titles during 7 years as an Inter player. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
On May 29, 2025, a devastating flooding struck Ngwan Hazawa, a community in Mokwa local government area of Niger State, submerging homes and farmlands, claiming numerous lives and displacing hundreds of residents. It left the otherwise serene community with sorrow, pain, and tears. The tears have refused to stop flowing from the youngest to the oldest residents. They have been wailing for their lost ones, destroyed homes, farmlands, businesses, and hopelessness that they have found themselves. Survivors told Business Day that the heavy flooding began around 7 a.m. and lasted until about 4 p.m. However, some residents reported that the flooding occurred without any prior rainfall or noticeable weather changes, leaving the exact cause of the disaster unclear.
On Wednesday, we just wake up in the morning around 6:45 to 7 o'clock. So I was inside the house. Almost everybody is inside the house. All I could notice, I hear the crowd. Everybody were just rushing, running. So I see that the crowd is too much. I try to come out to verify what happened, that people are shouting and running. And when I come outside, all I could see is water flowing with the people's goods and properties, even the human beings along with the houses. So what we were first doing, we were trying to rescue those people that water are flowing, trying to take away. So, but unfortunately, before we know, it reaches our places also. We couldn't help them again. We started running for our own life as well. We tried to rescue our properties, but unfortunately, we couldn't help ourselves. So many lives have gone, and so many people have also injured. unlike our neighbor, he lost 9 people. The next neighbor lost 8, while the other lost 10. The other, some people even lost 15. So any figure of death that they recorded is true, because in 2 houses you can record 30 people, or more than 35. So even if they tell you that the people that lost their lives in this incident, they are more than 200, is true, because we have 1 malam, 2 malams that are having Almajiri students under their care. One house, 1 man has almost 50 students in Almajiri in their houses, because it happens in the morning, and they are doing their morning recitation, karatu. So all they could notice, the water just started entering, and you can't gather them. There are too many. As you are telling them to come back here, that is how some of them are even rushing to enter the water again. And the water was just flowing. It doesn't start gently. The water comes once. It doesn't start gently. So many people died on this water.
People have lost a lot. Because I think some people came back, they sold some food and they came back with a lot of money, because it was on Wednesday to Thursday. And it is Wednesday that we do eat our market here. So people sold almost everything they had. So the thing was not that funny, honestly. It was, people lost a lot. Lives. Some family of 20. It's only 1 they have seen. Family of 15, only 2 people. Some people, they are still searching. Till 10 o'clock yesterday, the burial ground was full. Dead body everywhere. So the experience was not funny at all. It wasn't.
A gaskiya tallafin da ake cewa ana kawo mana, mu gaskiya ba mu gan shi. Mu yanzu muna son gwamnati ta taimaka mana saboda Allah. Muna son ba mu da wurin zama, nan muke kwana, mu hura wuta mu zauna nan, ba mu da inda za mu kwanta. In ruwan sama ya zo ba inda za mu shiga.
There is no any sign, there is no any rain. No. We just saw woke up and saw the water flowing. So before we know, within some, so can I even say a minute, within a second, the water has filled up everywhere. I was able to escape with my wife and some of my brothers. My mother was involved. In fact, 9 people involved in my house, and all of them died. We have recovered only 3 corpses. The remaining is up to now yet to be recovered. So, and it's not only in the house. Many people lost families, lost their siblings, property destroyed. I lost my vehicle there. My brother lost his vehicle there. I only come out to this clothes. Apart from this clothes, I don't have anything again. So since then, we've not seen any help. It's only 10,000 that I've been given since that on Thursday. Only 10,000 naira. Nowhere to sleep. That is how we are just hanging around.
The flood caused widespread destruction. Homes and culverts collapsed. Farmlands were washed away, and valuable properties, including cars, motorcycles, refrigerators, and other belongings, were swept off by the raging waters. Many survivors have been left stranded and helpless, with no access to food, shelter, or clothing. Women, in particular, have been severely affected, with many having lost their husbands, children, and relatives. The community is now in desperate need of immediate humanitarian assistance, no food, no water, no light or shelter. Eyewitnesses reported that over 200 people have died, and recovery efforts are ongoing as many bodies remain missing.
Well, in fact, it's a terrible accident. This is not a small accident. Because we have not seen in my life, I'm more than 60 years, I have not seen this type of water before. But it come and kill so many people. Many people have gone, I can say about 150 above that it killed. Because, why I'm saying this now, there are some people who went to the media and told them lie that it's only 15 people. The man is not kind. God is there. the person that said that. If there is the chairman of the local government who said that he doesn't know what he's saying, he doesn't stay here, he is the chairman. Even when this thing happened, he didn't come down. Until the deputy governor was coming, he followed them. This is how he has been doing. He has been saying at Mina, and we are the local government chairman. If you have problem, it doesn't solve our problem for us. So he should be removed. Well, we pray to our prayer is that the federal government should help us. They should help us because we have nowhere to sleep. We have been sleeping outside. This is an emergency and we don't expect it.
Survivors were seen in tattered clothes, visibly distressed, hungry, and in poor health. Although the Niger state government said it has activated its emergency response team and is collaborating with the National Emergency Management Agency, also known as NEMA, to provide aid, residents dispute claims that food and shelter have already been supplied. The residents are appealing to well-meaning Nigerians, non-governmental organizations, and government agencies for urgent intervention, including the establishment of temporary camps to provide food and accommodation. Mokwa is known as one of Niger State's major agricultural hubs, contributing significantly to the state's production of cassava, maize, and rice. The impact of this flood may therefore have far-reaching consequences not only for local livelihoods, but also for food security in the region.
It was an evening of culture, connection, and celebration on Thursday, May 29th at the Coronation Art Gallery in Victoria Island, Lagos. Artists, collectors, and dignitaries gathered to witness a powerful exhibition titled Custodians of Legacy, Collecting with Purpose. Curated by Ugoma Ebila, the showcase explores themes of identity, memory, and meaning. A journey that drew Niger's top business leaders, diplomats, and art enthusiasts. The chairman of Coronation Group, Mr. Aigboje I. Imokwede, led the host of dignitaries in attendance, including the United States Acting Consul General Joe Ellen Gorg, and executives from across different sectors as they immersed in an evening of art and storytelling. The showcase featured rare works from the private collections of Hakeem Adedeji and Ngozi Edozian, two patrons whose decades-long commitment to African art tells a story of identity, memory, and of collecting with purpose.
I started this collecting thing not out of any consciousness. Seriously, I was given a room in a flat and I needed to decorate it. And this is where a lot of people start. So I needed to decorate, so I went out to Piccadilly Circus and I got myself about 5 posters, £10 posters of European masters. And suddenly the interest started. I came back to Nigeria and boom. I couldn't keep my eyes off my hands or even the resources that I had and other people's resources off. And this is where the story started.
Collecting with purpose for me is just not just going out and collecting, but collecting for heritage. I collect for my history. I collect for my African history. I collect for so much, you know. And I started collecting in 1985. As a student. I hope they take a bit of creativity with them. I hope they take a bit of purpose, and I hope they take a bit of philanthropy, you know, supporting the art. Not necessarily, it's anything that has to do with my art, with my culture, that has to do with our story. Don't forget, the Oyibo man that collects, that is proud of his culture, is collecting for a purpose. He has been doing it for thousands of years, and he's been doing it just collecting the simple things that happen in his life. Not necessarily extraordinary events, but just ordinary things. The ordinary person's life, you know? And I wish people would do a lot more of that in Nigeria. So, I mean, a lot of Nigerians are coming into it. People are getting more creative. Put it this way, they're reading creativity. They were not reading creativity the way they want, you know, or rather, they're reading creativity much more than they were 20 years ago, 10 years ago. So things are gearing up, things are starting. Let's just wait and see. Let's just continue to do these events like this. I keep an energy collection.
People keep asking, why do I collect? And I say that I didn't know I was a collector until someone came and said you're a collector. But I just choose pieces of art, and I've done so since I was a very, very early age, because I love all things aesthetic, and I grew up with art and music and so much around me all the time in the home. And I've always wanted to just keep things that speak to me, tell me a story, has a meaning somehow in my life and that I'm drawn to for one reason or the other. And to me, art is not just the things on walls, it's not just sculpture, it's also just your general ambiance, furniture, it is carpets, it is everything and how you create an ambiance around you. So, yeah, I think it's lovely just to have beauty and stories that mean something to you in your presence and in your space.
It doesn't necessarily have a single theme. I tend to collect works that tell stories and works that connect with something that has happened in my life. And I simply like the aesthetic of the art, the story, and the calling that some of these pieces have for me. But there's no particular theme, but I will say that I tend not to collect works that are sad. I tend to collect works that have joy and that are figurative. I don't do a whole lot of abstract art, especially figurative art. I think that we, in this continent, in this country, have an absolutely beautiful culture. We have an incredible sense of the aesthetic, incredible sense of art. And I think collecting with purpose is about showcasing what we have. And I think it's also about giving life and continuity to African artists, to what we have that is so beautiful, and celebrating all of our artisans, our artists, our people, and our culture. I hope they take away that you can start small and you don't even necessarily have to have an objective. It's just the appreciation of a piece that calls your name and that calls and speaks something to you. And I hope they take away that everybody can be a collector, anyone and everyone. I think we do have an appreciation for art. I think somehow we're beginning to lose that because we don't take a lot of pride in the aesthetic that we have. And if you look in ancient times, even common everyday pieces were art. We have amazing artisans. And I think that people should understand that bringing this into their world and into their life is bringing a little bit of culture and a lot of beauty and a lot of meaning.
Since its launch in 2022, the gallery has become a platform for cultural engagement, bridging finance, creativity, and community through quarterly exhibitions.
Well, for Coronation, we seek to democratize access to sustainable wealth. That's what we do. So whether across our entities you're coming to us to invest or to lend or to insure, we have 12 entities that provide all of these financial services. What we're trying to do, every single day is to create a pathway for more and more people to access wealth that can be transferred from one generation to another. And we see that there's a strong connection between wealth and arts. We see wealth as somewhat the language of art. And so I think it makes sense that we would also want to democratize access to art, but particularly African arts. We don't believe art should only be something for the elite And for Pufi, we want art to actually be something that helps us interpret our past, express our present, and even craft the future for us. So some of the works that you see here, they are many 103 decades old. We have more recent works, but the heart of it all is ensuring that the entire ecosystem continues to be preserved. What do I mean by the ecosystem? The creators themselves, the collectors like Mr. Akima Akibati was showcasing today, the curators, like us, involved in cultural programming and conservation, and even for you, the communicators, all together work to ensure that we continue to keep the art scene thriving. And so that's where we see ourselves as Girl Nation, ensuring that we play our own role in funding the ecosystem, propelling the ecosystem forward, and by so doing we also connect with a passion point for our customers as well. So for us, it's a language through which we speak to our customers. It's a language that allows us to engage in dialogue, and it's a language that also allows us to transfer legacy from one generation to another. Art has always had a significant place with it. Masters like the Ewayo, for example, who were very big on pre-independence art, it's a mode of expression. So whether it is freedom from whatever it is that it's talking about, it's a mode for driving economic development as well as empowerment. So art is a tool for driving economic empowerment, and art is a tool for telling our stories, to give it a sense of belonging. So nation building is there, which I believe is actually a missing part. When last do you see a 10-year-old who said, I wanted to collect a piece of art, or I wanted to do some art? And the reality is that sometimes a little earlier, at age 5 and age 7, they're actually already drawing, creating art, but somehow they get into their teen years and art becomes something that is boring. That's what we want to avoid. We want that passion for art to continue to carry from generation to generation, so that our own things, our own art is not lost. It's been amazing. And you know what makes me know that? I look at the faces of the collectors who actually own the art. And when the art is on our walls, in the ambience and the environment, it makes them light up. They almost cannot believe that it's the same work that is attracting so much conversation, joy, happiness, and beauty, which is what art really does. It releases us into, higher dimensions of living. That's the way I look at it. So I think the reception has been awesome. It has been that way every single exhibition. We do this quarterly, and every single time feedback we get is that it's evolving, it's growing, and it just keeps getting better. So it actually means what I kind of started with, that there's an entire ecosystem around the art. Many people see art as what the creator alone does. But there's the ecosystem of people who make the textile, people who frame the works, people who ensure the works like us, people who do cultural programming like us, people who conserve the art. And so there's so many parts to the art, and that's the entire ecosystem that patrons recognize they need to support. Whether supporting people just, educating the artists, exposing the artists, bringing them into galleries and museums that would expose them to grow and for their works to continue to appreciate in value. That's the entire ecosystem that we're highlighting tonight. Also showing the part that Coronation plays in that ecosystem. I think one of the most powerful parts about leadership is your ability to create a picture, for those who follow you. So with creativity and particularly express the art, we're able to almost create a vision, shape a narrative, imbibe a value. That's where leadership comes, and as I believe that's where creativity and leadership can interplay. Oh, absolutely.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome back to the social listening segment. I said social listening segment. Hello and welcome back to the newspaper review here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us. And of course, I'm in the studio with
Onyeka Valentine.
right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We also have Mr. Damian Ajayi joining us virtually this morning. Welcome to the show, Damian.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning to you, sir. Let's start by seeing what we have on the front pages today. Where do we start off today? Do we start from the Punch? Do we start from the Vanguard? Do we start from Business Day? Let's start with the Business Day paper this morning. Business Day paper this morning says the big story here is all about energy. It says how huge electricity bills strain household budgets. And then the other story here on the front page of the Business Day paper is focusing on the coastal highways. It says Nigeria's 30-kilometer coastal highway closed 10 days after launch. That's the big story. Those are the big stories this morning on the Business Day paper. Electricity straining household budgets. I'm one of those households. And then the coastal highway.
Right. I know our guest is joining us. Is here already with us.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you look at it closely, it says closed 10 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
After
launch.
After launch. So it's a clear understanding there that look, it was hurriedly launched so that way they can meet up deadline. We understand it. But the question is, why jump into launching if it's not really ready for commuters to use? Is there like an undertone that we're not aware of? Is there some back end conversation that says, look, for you to get more fundings, you must launch this thing? And remember, if you remember yesterday, we took a story about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu saying your sins are forgiven to Governor Sanwo-Olu. Is there some connection to this whole thing? If it's closed immediately, 10 days after, and that's almost like immediately, then there's something not correct. But if you look deep into the story, you also see that some people have tried to carry out some exposés about that particular thing, knowing that the amount of kilometers they say were complete, when actually, that amount of kilometers. So there's a lot of here and there in that story. Here and there in that story. And then I think it's again, who's going to step in and say, let us go and audit or, cross-check and come and sit the president down and ask him questions. I mean, he's the one that launched it. But I believe there are some checks and balances. Because if it closes 10 days after, whose eyes it will be pulled over? That's the question.
You've asked the question. Let me come to you, Damian. Damian, I know you probably want to speak on this coastal highway being closed 10 days after. Your own thoughts on it, and also your thoughts on huge electricity bills having to strain budget. Like I did say, I'm also one of those homes that they have the budget strain due to the electricity cost. But let me hear your thoughts.
Once again, good morning. Also, good morning to the person in the studio.
Valentine's my name.
Yeah, my warm greetings to Mr. Valentine.
Thank you, Mr. Damian.
Yeah, Mr. Valentine has said so much about the coastal road, so I'll just go to the electricity bills, straining household income. And I think it's a conversation we must sit down and have, because electricity is very, very germane to our economic infrastructure and our household, because we need electricity, to do a lot of things, especially in this part of the world and anywhere in the world. And that's why you see that even in Europe and developed countries, they subsidize electricity, they ensure electricity, gets to household, even low-income household. They make certain provisions for them, But in Nigeria, it's more complex than that. And I think that is important to understand the huge electricity, infrastructural deficits. And I remember during Yaradua's tenure, there was a book written by a spokesman talking about the last days of Yaradua. And there was a steering committee that was set up. And that steering committee, the report was we would need about $50 billion, to put all this, to put the infrastructure, power, to have 24 hours stable power supply. And of course, obviously, we don't have the money. So then, of course, we must also look at the bureaucracy, the laws, the transmission, the generation, the transmission, the distribution. And, the issue, there are a lot of issues involved. And I think that it's not 1 + 1 is 2. It's something that we must actually look at holistically. Yes, we also have, you should be aware that we are owing 4 trillion naira. We are owing discos 4 trillion naira. So also we are owing Gencos, So the issues are very, they are complex, and you need sincerity, transparency, accountability, and leadership to address it. People can't have the light, even when they have the money. They can't have the light, and even in Band A, they take their lights, even when they pay as high as over 200 kmh. So it's a problem. They don't have the light, even when they have the money. And there are people who don't have the money and they don't even have the lights. So we must sit down and look at how we want to address it. And it's important because you cannot go there with strictly capitalist calculations, because you must also understand that there are people who cannot afford it. If you privatize it solely, how many people can pay Band A? So for me, I think we must really sit down and look at it from generation to transmission to distribution. Because even now, what we generate, we can't transmit, and what we transmit to the discos, the discos can't distribute everything. So it's a complex problem, and I think we should address it. We should really look at it in a way where it's a win-win for Nigeria. But definitely, it's sad. It's straining their income. Household income is, people in Band A pay as high as people in Band A pay as high as 200,000 a month, for electricity bills, and it's really sad that they can't even have it. They can't have it for 24 hours, even when they are willing to pay. And there are people who don't pay as much.
I have to come in here, Damian. Do you think that the Minister of Power is doing enough? Damian.
Well, yeah. I can hear you. I think he's doing what he can do, but it's not enough. Because his approach, I think his approach is more from clearing the bills and making the accounting records work. He's an accountant by profession. There are bills there. He's trying to, because there's no way, we can continue in this trajectory with subsidy there and, lack of transparency there, ineffective service, ineffective delivery. So I think he's doing what he's doing, but I don't think it can address the whole issue, because he is also caught in the middle. Because on one hand, he wants to privatize. On the other hand, you are looking at the consequences of high, electricity rates. And don't forget, income, there's inequality in income, and a lot of over 60% of Nigerians cannot afford it, if it's too high, so, and the private sector would not come in if government is hugely involved. You don't peg prices and you say, oh, private companies come and invest. So we must look at it, even if we will subsidize, we should not subsidize like we do on the general scale. Like we can adopt policies in Europe or in the UK where people are subsidized directly, not generally.
Okay.
So people are, in your bill, if you're entitled to it, you say it there.
Right.
Instead of a general subsidy.
So you basically, like, just to wrap up on that conversation, is probably doing well, but maybe not enough. But let's go to the Punch paper this morning and see what we have on the Punch newspaper. Now, on the front page of the Punch newspaper this morning, it says, defections, Hurricane Tinubu sweeps 12 more senators and reps. Now, APC courts 4 PDP governors, 10 Akwa Ibom NAS members to join ENO, 2 Edo Nasarawa senators to quit SDP and Labour Party. Now, on the top left-hand side of the Punch paper this morning, it says, Obi sparks firestorm over Tinubu's subsidy figures. And this continues on page 28 of the Punch paper. Again, tears joy as Nigerian pilgrims depart Saudi after the Hajj. I know this is always something that many Muslims, are always looking forward to. So, interesting one there. Then the big spread, which obviously is an advertorial and all of that. President Tinubu commissions International Conference Center in Abuja today. And then it says the Honorable Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, and the Honorable Minister of State, Dr. Mahmood, on behalf of the residents of the FCT, are congratulating and welcoming His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So, congratulations to all of us as Nigerians on the commissioning of the International Conference Center. We're looking forward to the event we'll be having there. That's a big one for us. I mean, Rwanda has theirs. South Africa has like big event centers, like conference centers. So it's nice for us to have ours in the capital. But let's talk about the defections right here. Talk about Hurricane Tinubu sweeping 12 more senators and reps. I don't know if this is something that you want to.
I would say before we jump into the area of the reps and the initial one regarding the event center. I mean, I think if we are at a junction where we should stop putting square pegs in round holes. What I mean to say with this is that, honestly speaking, we have some serious issues that needs to be tackled. Recently, the flood that killed how many people, right? It could have been prevented. There are a lot of cash being put into things that ordinarily, look, it will look as if those within the corridor of power don't have an idea what's going on. We have enough event centers already. I understand this has been a plan over time, but look, let us look at pressing issues. People are dying. Citizens are going through a lot. There's a high level of insecurity. The amount of money they put into this event center, I can imagine runs into billions, right? Are we saying our other old event centers are not functional? I mean, our guests will understand exactly where I'm heading to when I say, look, that we should understand that priority means a lot. We see what's going on every day, now and then in the news. We see what's happening in the papers. Recently, the Mawa issue, right? Because it's on the Mawa or something that happened. So, if we hear, I beg your pardon, Mocha, I keep calling Mawa. If we keep hearing issues going on, people dying and stuff, it sounds strange that we are still looking at, launching new event centers. How is that a 7-point agenda? I understand, like I said, that it has been, coming over time. But even at that, let's be honest, that for me was not a priority. It's not a priority.
Are you saying they shouldn't have commissioned something that
I'm saying
that's been in the works for
I'm saying
quite some time?
we should use that money, and we could have fixed our dams and other areas with that money, and prevented this huge flood that has claimed a lot of lives. Let's do that. But again, already the event center has been launched already, so it's not something that we can take it back. We can't say, okay, let's go back to time. But however, let us learn from the past and not repeat itself again. Nigeria keeps borrowing money, right? So we borrow money, we build event centers. At the end of the day, the people who will come for the event, what happens to them? Let's be honest. Save lives first. When we talk about putting the roof over the head, that's what I think. So, but congratulations, anyways. We have launched the event center, like you said. Kenya, they do have theirs. Other countries do have theirs. But don't we have Eagle Square? It's not an event center.
We have a number of event centers. We have a number of them. To be fair, I mean, even talk about the hotels. But let's talk about the defections now. Hurricane. They called it Hurricane Tinubu. Damian, this is where you come in. Hurricane Tinubu sweeping 12 more senators and reps. Your thoughts on this conversation? Your thoughts on this headline?
Mr. Damian.
Yeah, well, politicians will do what politicians do. That's what they do. But I think for a lot of Nigerians, they want the dividends of democracy. They want better life. They want economic growth, security, and better access to health care. But beyond that, I think that it's really sad that we have laws. We have constitutional provisions that talks about defection and the consequences. I hope to see more of the courts, making pronouncements in this regard. But then, whether it's APC or PDP, it's clear now that a lot of all these politicians are the same, because if you look at the principals, the leaders in APC, you will see that some of them were PDP members. If you look at their political history and political party affiliation, whether it's the Senate President, Godwin Akpabio, he was a former PDP member, whether it's the Minister of Works, David Umahi, whether it's His Excellency, the former governor of Rivers State, the present FCT minister, he is a PDP member or was a PDP member. I don't know where it stands now. And even if you look at the House, the Deputy Senate President, he was once a PDP member. So also you have Senator Ndume. He was a PDP member at the time, I think 2010 or 2011. So you see, they move here, they go there, and you will still be shocked that a month to the general election in 2027, they will still move back. Some will move back, some will move, and it's sad. It's really sad because it's really, really sad because it takes us back.
Yeah, we continue to see these defections over and over again.
Yeah, it doesn't hover well.
It's just politics. Right. Let's move and see what we have on the. Absolutely. Let's see what we have on the Vanguard paper this morning. It's quite similar to what we have on the Punch paper this morning. Very similar headlines. Now you can obviously see the Trade Center again. That's their that's also like the spread, because obviously it's sort of like an advert. Story, yeah. So then we also have the presidency and Obi clash over fuel subsidy and forex policies. And again, Ndume to Tinubu. 22 PDP governors endorsed Jonathan, yet he lost woefully. He's a lone wolf opposition. This is from the presidency. So the presidency comes back to Ndume and says, you know what? You are a lone wolf opposition, because Ndume is saying, well, you could have PDP governors, you could have governors endorsing you, but that does not mean you win. But obviously the presidency is very, very, very confident in in what they can do. And then on page 15 it says Sanlam Alliance merge to enhance operations in Nigeria. That's very beautiful. I mean, insurance companies like Allianz and Sanlam, they're doing amazing. They're quite big. So merging to enhance operations in Nigeria. Let's see what that looks like eventually. But let's talk about presidency and OB clashing over fuel subsidy and forex policies. Damian, this is you probably just want to share your quick thoughts on this one.
Well, I think that it's clear. Most people agree that it was important that subsidy be removed. But I think it was the manner it was removed that a lot of the stakeholders were queried. A lot of stakeholders queried. I think essentially what Peter B was saying was that yes, he would have removed fuel subsidy anyway, but it was the manner it was removed that has created the economic jam, that we found ourselves, and also the floating of the naira, the devaluation of the naira and the floating of the exchange rates. But I think essentially now we can see that it's important for us to see that we must really analyze and think well with policies before we just throw them on the Nigerian people, because these are economic policies. It has its own effect. It has its own way of reacting to other other realities and challenges on ground. And I think that is it. And I think the issue of subsidy has been there. The last EFCC chairman launched a book, I think last week, and talked about the subsidy scam. And even if you look at Ukojo-Iweala's book, Fighting Corruption, she wrote extensively on the subsidy scam, and but I think beyond that, Obi was more of Peter Obi was more of the manner and the way, the manner and the way, and secondly the lack of transparency, corruption, accountability, that has followed the removal. And I think the World Bank Economic Outlook on Nigeria last month really spoke about these things too. That, okay, after removing subsidy, how do we account for it? As NNPC accounted, so these are issues. And like I always say, where there's corruption, nothing can grow. With the level of corruption, lack of transparency, and accountability, that is in the public finance.
I think
system.
Valentine, we have to come in here. Your thoughts are very well noted. Yeah, Valentine wants to chime in.
So Mr. Damian, if you look at it, there is a big cause to worry. And so that now gives us a bit of track back to ask this question. Truly speaking, was subsidy really removed? Maybe we should ask that question, really. And I know Mr. Damian understands where I'm heading to. You see, theoretical and verbal removal, yes, was recorded, but physically, was it removed? That money on the low key, is it still being given out to some certain persons? All they simply did was, we changed the name and we channeled it somewhere. Because as far as I'm concerned, when you take away subsidy and truly do that, and you have no cushion, which means you have not mitigated the situation. You didn't sit back to think, what would be the aftermath? What would be the cascading effect? And in events where there's a cascading effect, and there's an economic, downtown, are we looking at clearly, is the economy going to tank? If those areas were not properly looked into, then as far as I'm concerned, subsidy wasn't really removed. It was just verbally, and that's it. Because the hardship is much. Mr. Damien, I don't know if he agrees or maybe disagree with me.
Everybody is feeling the heat. It's the high and the low. Everybody in Nigeria is feeling the heat because fuel plays an important part in our economic and daily lives. Whether you have a car or you have business or and because because of poor electricity, a lot of people depend on fuel to power their generator. Right. Even the barber, even the organizer, even the pepper, the person that grinds pepper, even it's very key to our life. Yeah, I understand the economic argument that we can't continue to subsidize electricity. I understand it, but I also understand the fact that some people have argued that look, there is no even developed countries. They subsidize power. Is how you regulate it. Is the framework. Is how you manage it. But then I think beyond that, I would lean on the World Bank's advice that what are the policies put in place to cushion the economic hardship, the effect on poor income households, like unconditional transfers, like more regulated public transport system. So how if you are talking about the CNG buses, how effective are they? Have they increased public transport fares? To what extent have they done that? And the general consensus is no. And how many buses, how many cars, how much does it even cost to convert, you see, these are a lot of issues.
Right. Actually, there are many layers to the conversation, just like you said, many layers to the conversation. But thank you very much, Damien. We have to go now. But let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day today before we wrap up very quickly. I'm sure it's another intriguing cartoon again this morning, like we always do. So let's see. Now that's an image which you can see an image of Simon Ekpa, who happens to be a Nigerian Finnish politician, and more like Nigerian Finnish politician, and of course he came on social media to post some things which were said to incite violence, incite terrorism. And then in this cartoon you can now see him with a selfie stick and a phone, and it says don't take it personally. Yeah, so it says don't take it personally, my people, I love creating content. And then you can see by the side, best content creator award of the year, and agitation group leader. So what he's trying to do is to downplay, because he was called out for inciting terrorism, inciting violence, and all of that.
The court case has started already in Finland over there
with the situation. And then he's now trying to make light of the situation, saying, what, don't take it personally, my people, I love creating content, I'm just a content creator. And you see him with his selfie stick. But the thing is, we all need to be very careful with what we put out there. I mean, if you are,
especially when we are leaders,
exactly, if you're in a position of authority, a public figure, you need to be careful, because you don't now come back and try to downplay it, or try to look. If you are owning something, own it fully. Like if this is where you stand, own it. That's why I like people like Very Dark Black Man. Where if he's being throwing satire, it makes it known that it is what it is.
I think again, as much as we are journalists, we shouldn't throw in what we think, but as a matter of opinion, I think it would be fair to say, or put this way, unfair to say that this guy, right, it has taken this long for the federal government to actually act well. Because if they can act swiftly about other issues in the diaspora, this guy has caused a lot of back and forth, where even right here in the country, some people still sit at home in some certain states, right? Using other issues to match it up. But meanwhile, people know where that whole movement is coming from. If the government has termed him as a threat to the sovereignty of the country through his post or whatever it is that he has been doing over time, I think the right thing should be done and done properly. Also, I'm not trying to make a case for him. Let us also have him say, look, you know what? If you're bold enough, come to the country and clear your name. So if you're far away in Finland and you're doing different things or making different statements to incite trouble in the country, and we are the ones feeling it and you're not feeling it, that's some level of hypocrisy. I don't think what he's doing is right. So, but however, everybody deserves the right to be heard, you know, and it's a fair playing ground, isn't it so?
It is. It is. I mean, but at the end of the day, my own final thought would be we can't keep treating real life, you know, situations, like real life consequences,
people are dying
real life situations as content.
Most definitely. And he's taking it so lightly, saying
things are happening
people don't be angry or whatever. I like my selfie and what's that? When there's hunger in Nigeria. If he really wants to help Nigerians, he has money. Invest in companies, invest in things, put together some kind of structural business that will help, you know, young people get jobs. Then we'll listen to you. Don't stay far away and say a lot of trash.
Yeah, but I mean, we have to end here. I'm just creating content too. I am also just thank you very much, Valentine, as well as you, Damian. Thank you for joining us virtually today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Mr. Valentine, for sharing this with me.
All righty.
Our pleasure.
All right. Well, that's why we bring it to wraps this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Newspaper Review segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for watching.
Yes, and Monica Valentine. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 RegTech Africa Conference and Awards, a flagship platform for dialogue, innovation, and actionable insights at the intersection of regulation, technology, and financial inclusion in Africa.
RegTech Africa hosted a conference on the 22nd and 23rd of May 2025, themed Unlocking Africa's Cross-Border Payments, Trade and Investment Opportunities through Public-Private Partnerships. The conference united fintech innovators, Nigerian regulatory commissions, investors, policymakers, and industry leaders to explore actionable strategies that will foster growth in Africa's promising economy. The first day kicked off with the CEO of RegTech Africa, Mr. Cyril Okorigwe, setting the tone of the event with his welcome remark, explaining the agenda of the occasion and emphasizing on the theme of the conference.
This conference is a bold step forward, designed to move us from barriers to bridges, from policy to practice, and from innovation islands to connected ecosystems. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in rigorous and forward-thinking discussions across 10 specialized roundtable tracks, bringing together over 70 top leaders, policymakers, innovators, and influencers from around the globe. These sessions are not merely conversations, they are catalysts for the kind of change we need. Practical, scalable, and inclusive.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was given by Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy Directorate, CBN, represented by Mr. Okpanachi Usman Moses, Director, Statistic Department of CBN, who made emphasis on how crucial a paradigm shift is needed in creating a seamless payment, investment, and trade system in Africa.
Mobile money has demonstrated a transformative impact on the African economy, with substantial growth in transactions, facilitating intra-African trade, notably for SMEs, and generating significant economic returns.
The occasion featured keynote presentations from Mr. Richie Emma, representing the private sector's perspective, as well as Mr. Abdulrashid Bawa for the public sector.
So we see that 54 organizations, right, reported experiencing data breach, right, caused by third parties. And 76% of compliance managers still rely on manually scanning regulatory websites, searching for information, searching for updates. Regulation as a whole, compliance as a whole is very complex because it keeps evolving, it keeps changing. Every single jurisdiction has its own requirements, data protection law, data storage, and all of that. KYC processes. We have to be in line, we have to communicate. The public sector, the private sector must communicate. The battle is won. The winner is also won. And either we will like it or not, I personally want to win. That's why we are offering a solution that can help the private sector to win, as well as the public sector.
Africa's financial evolution cannot be driven by one sector alone. It must be a collaborative effort that breaks down silos between innovators and regulators, and between governments and entrepreneurs. And to unlock this full potential of digital finance and regional trade, three things must be done. Regulators must become agile architects of inclusive, risk-based frameworks. Innovators must embed compliance and transparency from the outset, not as an afterthought. And governments must invest in national and regional RegTech infrastructure, thereby creating a financial ecosystem where every penny is traceable and every transaction is accountable. I know that people will say that it's a tall order, but I believe with technology, we can do wonders. It is only through this synergy that we can bridge the gap between vision and vigilance, and between opportunity and oversight.
Ambassador Peter Ryan also provided a diplomatic perspective.
Technology is all about your openness and your willingness to work with partners, the education and the readiness of your society to adopt new technologies and to really build world-class collaboration. And Ireland is only a small little place. I just keep repeating that to you. So we don't claim to be the best at anything really, but there's one or two things where we're really, really in an interesting position. And one of them, many of them will surprise you. They surprise me every day. So I'll just give you a couple of them if I may. One is that we're the 6th largest exporter on the planet of financial services. We only have 1% of the population of the European Union. There's 193 countries in the United Nations, and Ireland is number 6 on the planet in exporting financial services.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers and roundtable sessions which were able to address how to tackle transaction costs, infrastructure gaps in cross-border payments, combat financial crimes, and protect consumers through a multi-stakeholder approach while building digital trust in a complex technological era. At the end of the event, some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the conference, alongside thoughts on the opportunities that await Africa.
RegTech solutions enabling digital identity across African nations. I mean,
Yes.
that's basically sits at the center of what RegTech is, right? Because digital identity has come to stay as a major means through which you transact, right, or do anything in the digital space. So we say that there has been high proliferation of digitization in the digital world. A lot's happening, and it keeps growing, right? Identification then becomes the means, right, to authenticate and verify, the true identity of the players in the digital space. Because without identity, there's no way you can keep tag of those that are playing in the digital space, right? So RegTech is that platform, provides that solution, right, that helps in identifying the key players. Are they good actors? Are they bad actors? And how can you as a solution provider, right, a fintech, for instance, be able to leverage that solution to identify those that are using the platform? How can you, as a regulator, be able to use that solution to identify the stakeholders you are dealing with? How can you, as a financial institution, for instance, use that solution to identify your customers? That's why today, when you go to a bank or any financial to transact, the first thing they ask is your BVN, right? Through your BVN, they are able to tell that, oh, you are the person that actually owns the account. That's identity. Without the BVN, there's no way they will know. Any other person can walk into the bank and claim that they are you, right? So that is how important identification is. And RegTech is really the engine room that powers all of this.
In NDIC, we are part of the financial system, and we're also part of the financial safety net, which means we work together with other financial regulators, in specific terms, the Central Bank of Nigeria, to supervise banks, which is one of our mandates. Our key role is to protect depositors and to protect depositors' funds so that in the event of bank failure, depositors will be reimbursed. Now, as a financial regulator, we do not work in silos. We have to collaborate with financial sector and industry players. So RegTech is all about regulatory technology. It has to do with stabilizing financial systems, making sure that the financial sector is growing and that it is nurtured rather than it being stifled by regulation, but also to make sure that the services they provide are best quality and that customers and consumers are not shortchanged. So the reason why we're here basically is to network with these stakeholders in the financial industry to look at the new things that are going on with regulatory technology. Banking supervision, which is one of our key mandates in NDIC, means that we go and look at the operations of financial institutions that are under our purview to make sure that they're following the regulatory criterias, the prudential guidelines, and so on, to ensure that depositors' funds are protected. So, as you know, in the private sector, in the financial sector, digital financial services has been a huge, influence, and it is so pervasive, and we have benefited from it, but there are also some negative things that have come out of it. So we are here to collaborate, to network, to also promote what we do in NDIC so that we can also make an input into our operations to make sure that we're doing things better. And also we are a forward-looking institution to see how we can also incorporate some of these technologies into our operations.
I think one of the differentiating factors about the fact that we offer a unified compliance solution that literally covers the entire user journey. So from KYC, user verification, analyzing potential risk, to continuous monitoring, which is fraud prevention, transactions monitoring based on advanced AI engine that customers can use to monitor fraud in real time, reporting in real time. So all of that, I believe, sets us apart from the competition, and the system is fully automated, right? Which is very important in our modern day life, right? Because fraud is evolving and technology should also be in a fast pace, right? So that, I believe, is a differentiating factors if you compare us with other players. Yeah.
Well, we are a one-stop toolkit for compliance for the Nigerian market, and so far we've been solving the problem of simplified compliance, basically. So before we came into the market, they were just expensive toolkits, complex toolkits to integrate, but RegFile is solving that problem at a very affordable cost. So we are like a one-stop toolkit, and we meet the current CBN structure. We meet and we exceed it. So if you're looking for any compliance toolkit, please make sure to reach out to us.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
The Pan Atlantic University brought together industry experts, creators, students, and changemakers in the music industry at the Lagos Business School for the second edition of its SMC Music Business Conference, themed Leveraging AI for Growth, Opportunity and Sustainability in the Music Industry on the 30th of May 2025. The conference commenced with a welcome address from the Pan Atlantic University School of Media and Communications Dean, Dr. Ikechukwu Ubiaya, where he pointed out the possibilities of AI and how we can capitalize on it to inspire growth in the music industry.
Welcome, and I do hope you have a fantastic day in the music conference of this year. Thank you.
He also used this opportunity to launch the book, a compilation of papers written on the last Music Business Conference. The event proceeded with a keynote speech from Mr. Munyiratsi Chaneta, Managing Director Africa, Empire Publishing, which addressed the impact of AI in the evolution of music rights management.
AI is not here to kill music. It's here to test us. It's here to challenge us. And maybe it's here to help us. Today, we'll explore what AI really is, why music has always feared innovation, and what's broken in our industry, especially in Africa, and how AI might just be the tool that can help fix it.
The conference featured informative panel sessions with a plethora of reputable speakers and a master class, which was able to expatiate on the ethics of AI in music.
Or if I want to mix and master and check my parameters, I could also use like certain metering. There are AI metering devices as well, where you can check your loudness, your peaking and all that. So like I can essentially start my workflow and end my workflow without doing anything myself.
How do I analyze all the data to know where the audiences are, where the people that will sell the tickets are? Smart advertising. How do I know where to spend my advertising money? If you don't do it, you just wouldn't be as efficient as everybody else. You wouldn't make as much revenue per naira spent, and you would just get weeded out. And you would see that evolution in the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years in the music business, where there might have been companies that were at the top, and then other companies took over, record labels that were at the top, other record labels took over, and it's not just a local thing. So I think make it available, like you said, teach people, do all these awareness things. Like this panel, for example, will probably bring AI. Everybody might have heard of it, but they might have not thought about it in a different way.
The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversations which covered accepting AI as a tool that had come to erase excuses instead of a threat to the music business. Each session ended with an opportunity for attendees to share their questions and opinions with the panelists. Some of the attendees and panelists also shared their submissions and takeaways from the event.
It has always been our goal to do more in the different sectors. And so this opportunity we saw as a golden one, the opportunity to collaborate with Aristocrat last year to start this, was for us like a first step into this area of the music industry. And of course, it goes without saying that today it's an industry that's making tremendous impact in the world as a whole, having such an influence. But you look at the other side of it and you see that so much more needs to be done in terms of improving education for this sector, in terms of improving the structures for this sector, and taking time out to study it, taking time out to show the young people who are trying to go into this space what it's all about. We think it's a great contribution towards building a stronger industry. This really is why we decided to do this.
AI can only make improvements to the lives of our creatives. AI is data, it is analysis, it is efficiency. It's able to speed up processes, it's able to clean things up in such a way that it can actually improve the flow of money, the monetization of content back to the creators where it truly needs to be.
How do I use AI? That's one thing people need to understand. When they're able to like fine-tune that aspect of how to use AI for fashion, how to use AI for marketing, how to use AI for production, how to use AI for either media or whatever, people will be able to cue into it, because whatsoever you don't know, have an idea about how beneficial these things can be to me, you probably just ignore it and get slept on.
So you see a lot of AI-generated Afrobeats theme music or bass music. And even if not Afrobeats core, Afrofusion, so maybe fusing Afrobeat to like R&B more from any part of the world. So it won't just be Nigerians anymore or South Africans or Ghanaians. It'll be like anybody could, from some person from, I don't know, Switzerland will probably be generating as well. So that's what I see I can't tell you what platforms are going to exist because I can't see into the future, but it will be more common, and I feel like we'd have made our peace with it. How can artists protect themselves in the AI-dominated landscape? Well, to be honest, just lawyer up, always lawyer up, and have an entertainment lawyer who's knowledgeable about the space and about IP and IP laws and protection, basically. And those will be the best people to advise in any situation.
The event reached a gratifying resolution with the closing remarks from the convener of the conference, Mr. Joseph Abiagom, reflecting on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence. Norma Obuna, reporting for Business Day Television.
Two years is not too early to campaign. People just say that.
I want my children to be great.
Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria.
There is no profit in business again.
Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering.
I did not vote for Tinubu, I will not lie.
I heard about the referendum, but I was told it was not real.
Many have weighed in their opinions on the issues surrounding the 2 years so far with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How far has it been? It has been 2 years. And so, we decided to get out there on the streets to talk to market women, talk to students, and also speak to some professionals who understand what leadership is. And my team, of course, had all that time that they needed. But more importantly, the question is, so far, are we feeling the brunt or are we enjoying the leadership? All these questions need to be asked so we know exactly where we are as a country. So this is how far, so far, on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership in Nigeria. So let's take a look and see what and what we had to gather. We'll be right back.
That would preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, help me God.
2 years ago, a promise of renewed hope, Bola Ahmed Tinubu stepped into Nigeria's highest office. He inherited a nation's yearning for change, grappling with complex changes and challenges. Well, today, as his administration marked its second anniversary, we asked the question, so far, and how far has Nigeria come? From bustling markets to quiet neighborhoods, the heart of Nigeria beats with a mix of expectations and experiences. So we spoke with ordinary Nigerians from the marketplace.
I will tell you to go and check all this product. All this local made, they're supposed to reduce the price. They should check where they are producing it. If it is stores they are taxing them, that is making everything to cost, they should know how to do it because all this local made supposed to benefit us. It's not important now. Why are they suffering us? Look at, you cannot, if you want to buy biscuits now, before you buy this one, they will give you another one. Without that one, they will not allow you to buy your right one. Everything is just upside down. Tinubu should make things good for us. He should visit all this, especially this local goods. Because the way the thing is coming out now, we are just like selling for them. There's no profit.
I did it for Tinubu. Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering, to my own perception. Because if you look it from the critical view, Nigeria has been corrupted before Tinubu climbed the seat, to my own view. Though I'm jobless for now, but it's not Tinubu's fault. This is my 40 years of graduating, but I didn't regret it. Under Lagos State, during the Tinubu regime, I've acquired many skills under his regime.
I stay in Surulere. So in the morning, my husband will come and drop me. He will come and drop me here. My going home with my son, I spend, if I do Aroro, I will spend 2,000. If I do not do Aroro, I will spend like 2,200 or 2,400. When I'm very small, it's our father that has gone out to go and hustle. But now we women, What we are doing now, we're doing many things. We are more than men now in the house. We are the men in the house now. I want my children to be great.
To schools and universities, and of course some students, and their voices painted a vivid picture.
The impact of Tinubu for the 2 years that he's on the as the president of Nigeria, and also for the economy also, sir. From my place to my school here, because I live at Ibejuleki, so me coming here, I spent 5,000 naira for transport fare. If I'm also going back home, I spend 5,000 naira, making 10,000 naira. So for this month alone, I've been spending 40,000 naira on only transport fare alone. Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria. If I'm coming to the school, I have to do what? I have to eat. Let's say I estimate myself for the food. I eat, let's say, 1,000. So it's a lot. I heard about the student loan that we can actually take a loan that when we want to fill the form, they will ask for the name of the school and everything, and also the account of the school. They will deposit the money into the account of the school. That after we graduated from the school, they will be deducting the money from our salary. But I've not been benefited from the loan.
Has affected me negatively because it's first time with my parents. So whatever affects my parents will affect me. It has not been easy to support my education. They should just consider us more on their plans and anything they want to do. They should consider the students. Like I had to come here from Badagry because my study center at Badagry does not have a lab for our practicals. So I had to come all the way from Badagry here to find a place to stay and all of that. It has been very risky and not easy. I've heard about the student loan, but I was told it was not real.
For some, the fuel subsidy removal and rising cost of living have brought significant hardship, while for others, they acknowledged that tough decisions holding on to hope for long-term gains was necessary. But again, insecurity remains a deep concern for many. Even as the government reports progress, it's a daily balance between struggling and resilience for Nigerians. So to understand the strategic shift, Elizabeth and I from BDTV News turn to Professor Anthony Killer, who is the director of CIAPS, a leading strategist in governance and policy making. He highlights the administration's bold reform, like the exchange rate unification aimed at fiscal stability and attracting investment, which was not bad. But again, while these moves are made, the administration undoubtedly has caused immediate economic pain, particularly with inflation.
I am one of those people, the few of us left, that do not agree that removing fuel subsidy was a good idea.
Fuel subsidy is gone.
A lot of people agree that it's a good idea, including those of us who were against it before. All of a sudden they agree, let history and their conscience judge them. Because when some of us were against it, it wasn't personal, it wasn't political. It was pure economics. Why am I against removal of fuel subsidy? Because I know as a trained economist, and I want to underline that, when you remove fuel subsidy from a system like Nigeria, I was against it under Jonathan because I said it will increase the price of transportation, it will increase the price of food, it will create poverty. And that is exactly what has happened now. If you say to me that you have to remove fuel subsidy, you have to tell me two things. One, why do you want to remove it? And two, what are you going to do with the removal? If you're removing it because people are corrupt, then gather the corrupt people together and jail them or stop them from being corrupt. The people involved in the corruption of fuel subsidy are less than 2,000. So because of 2,000 people, you're going to make 200 million people suffer. That does not make sense the way I was brought up. But there's something very wrong about that, and it needs to be said.
Professor Anthony Killer also went on to point out some key areas where Tinubu's administration and style has affected the nation, but the challenge still lies in translating these policies into tangible improvements for every citizen of Nigeria.
I think so far the government is very high on intentions and politics, but rather low on governance.
Okay.
And I say this because I use three elements, three criteria. what did they meet there? What did they promise, and what do we expect from them? When they were going to government, what the promise was lower prices, more food, more employment, a better Nigeria. For any reason in the world, that is, by the way, so far so bad, because the cost of energy has gone up, the cost of electricity has gone up, prices of food have gone up.
Absolutely.
So, I don't know, maybe they're building the house, maybe it will be better, but in the meantime, it is rough for people, and it must be said, because if it is not said, government might get a wrong impression. Whether they are doing it for our own good. They celebrate reforms. Technically, I can see some of these reforms. I disagree with some of these reforms. I think we're halftime now. At halftime, government should be saying, I have done this, not I am going to do. I call it governance by tenses. By halftime, government should be using past tense, not future tense. So they shouldn't be saying what they're doing or what they plan to do. I think that's not good for Nigeria. And because I'm not a partisan politician, I still hope that, they do something very quickly to improve the situation. But generally, the situation is bad. If you're in a country where the bag of rice is more than the salary
Of the average
Nigerian, that's not a good place to be.
So it is no news that President Tinubu's first 2 years have been marked by often difficult decisions to spark growth and changes in our economy. But again, is Nigeria now on a better trajectory? That's the question mark. And the path ahead is still unfolding, for sure, but fraught with both promises and ongoing hurdles. We ask again, so far, as the nation moves forward, should the ultimate measure of his leadership so far be focused on how swiftly and equitably the benefits of renewed hope is touching Nigerians in different ways? If at all, has it truly reached the homes and lives of all Nigerians? Well, the journey continues.
And so you heard everyone's opinion, from students to market women. You heard them rant over how they've gone through a lot and how it's difficult for them to be able to come to work or go to marketplace, even be able to get to lectures on time. Does this mean that Nigerians are going through a lot? Does it mean that the fuel subsidy removal affected the nation in a very, negative manner or otherwise? Now, we also heard Professor Anthony Killer being interviewed by Elizabeth, and you heard all he had to say. As a professional, he weighed in. But looking at the streets right now, as people begin to say, people are still buying fuel at exorbitant prices, but they have the money to buy this fuel. So the question is, 2 years has come and has gone. Are we moving forward or are we regressing? You decide. Has the 2 years of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu favored you or not? A big question that needs big answers. My name is Onika Valentine, BDTV. Until some other time, let's keep hoping.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
As the air fills with anticipation, Nigeria gears up for the joyous celebration of Eid al-Kabir, as the federal government has officially declared Friday, June 6th and Monday, June 9th, 2025 as public holidays, offering a well-deserved long weekend for reflection, families, and festivities to be carried out. This extended break, while welcomed by many, often brings with it a unique set of dynamics, especially when it comes to the traditional centerpiece of the Salah celebration, which is the ram.
How much are the ranges?
Yeah, so like this one now, you can carry it in 500,000, like this is 600,000.
600,000.
Yes.
As the last 2 years, how much was this RAM?
Last 2 years now, you can buy this at like 350, 400. Let's say 300.
So now it has doubled by almost 100%.
Yeah.
What do you think is responsible for that?
I think it's the economy. It's the economy. Just like you can't blame nobody.
With a long holiday period, we anticipate a surge in demand. More days off mean more time for families to travel, gather, and of course, prepare for the sacrificial rites. This increased demand, coupled with existing challenges like insecurity, affecting supply chains from the north, and rising transportation costs, could create a perfect storm in the RAM market. So, my team and I went out to different RAM markets to find out the challenges these RAM sellers and dealers face, and of course, those who actually are the customers.
They are coming, but not too well. Not too well as before, due to the current economic now, and people don't too much have money in their hand. They are just managing to survive. That's all what I can say for. Yeah, they relate with us fine, and the road is very good to here. If you are coming from Ikoyi, Ikeja to this Bagada, it's very, very okay. And the customers are relating to us fine. Sure, you understand. So no more challenges here because we have vehicles around. So when you buy, they take your goods to your location to you. So we don't have any challenges on that. We can thank the Lagos State government. Yeah. We thank the Lagos State government for the road, for the access road. So we thank them. They should keep calm. Keep calm. You give thanks to Almighty Allah. You give thanks to Almighty Allah. You keep calm. You give thanks to Almighty Allah. So alhamdulillah, mun gode wa Allah sosai da ya ba mu ikon ganin sallah a cikin koshin lafiya, sannan kuma alhamdulillah ɗan kwastomi suna ɗan shiga cikin kasuwa, suna ɗan siyan raguna. Duk dai an san akwai wani rashin kuɗi, amma dai Allah ya sa dai mutane suna ɗan zuwa suna ɗan siyan raguna. To alhamdulillah tunda Allah ya ba mu lafiya, Allah ya ba mu lafiya da kuma ikon ganin sallah.
So well, as you've heard our RAM seller Ibrahim, and he mentioned clearly what they expect in this season of celebration, let's all prepare to mark this significant occasion. We hope and encourage that everyone follows through this celebration and understand that solidarity matters a lot. And for those who can afford it, don't forget to share the love with your friends and family.
If I buy this one, how much is this one now? Since I bought the RAM myself now. My salary is complete.
You can buy it to 150, sir.
450, yeah?
150.
Oh, well, this one just stop on you.
Remember the spirit of generosity, sharing, which is very important. And for others, let us be mindful that a truly blessed Eid is not solely measured by the size of the ram, but by the sincerity of devotion, the warmth of community, and the act of kindness we extend to one another. May this Eid el-Kabir be a time of peace, unity, and renewed hope for all Nigerians.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria, we dey suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to even reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 RegTech Africa Conference and Awards, a flagship platform for dialogue, innovation, and actionable insights at the intersection of regulation, technology, and financial inclusion in Africa.
RegTech Africa hosted a conference on the 22nd and 23rd of May 2025, themed Unlocking Africa's Cross-Border Payments, Trade and Investment Opportunities through Public-Private Partnerships. The conference united fintech innovators, Nigerian regulatory commissions, investors, policymakers, and industry leaders to explore actionable strategies that will foster growth in Africa's promising economy. The first day kicked off with the CEO of RegTech Africa, Mr. Cyril Okorigwe, setting the tone of the event with his welcome remark, explaining the agenda of the occasion and emphasizing on the theme of the conference.
This conference is a bold step forward, designed to move us from barriers to bridges, from policy to practice, and from innovation islands to connected ecosystems. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in rigorous and forward-thinking discussions across 10 specialized roundtable tracks, bringing together over 70 top leaders, policymakers, innovators, and influencers from around the globe. These sessions are not merely conversations, they are catalysts for the kind of change we need. Practical, scalable, and inclusive.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was given by Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy Directorate, CBN, represented by Mr. Okpanachi Usman Moses, Director, Statistic Department of CBN, who made emphasis on how crucial a paradigm shift is needed in creating a seamless payment, investment, and trade system in Africa.
Mobile money has demonstrated a transformative impact on the African economy with substantial growth in transactions, facilitating intra-African trade, notably for SMEs, and generating significant economic returns.
The occasion featured keynote presentations from Mr. Richie Emma, representing the private sector's perspective, as well as Mr. Abdul Rashid Bawa for the public sector.
So we see that 54 organizations, right, reported experiencing data breach, right, caused by third parties. And 76% of compliance managers still rely on manually scanning regulatory websites, searching for information, searching for updates. Regulation as a whole, compliance as a whole, is very complex because it keeps evolving, it keeps changing. Every single jurisdiction has its own requirements, data protection law, data storage, and all of that. KYC processes. We have to be in line, we have to communicate. The public sector, the private sector must communicate. The battle is won. The winner is also won. And either we will like it or not, I personally want to win. That's why we are offering a solution that can help the private sectors to win, as well as the public sector.
Africa's financial evolution cannot be driven by one sector alone. It must be a collaborative effort that breaks down silos between innovators and regulators, and between governments and entrepreneurs. And to unlock this full potential of digital finance and regional trade, three things must be done. Regulators must become agile architects of inclusive, risk-based frameworks. Innovators must embed compliance and transparency from the outset, not as an afterthought. And governments must invest in national and regional RegTech infrastructure, thereby creating a financial ecosystem where every penny is traceable and every transaction is accountable. I know that people will say that it's a tall order, but I believe with technology, we can do wonders. It is only through this synergy that we can bridge the gap between vision and vigilance, and between opportunity and oversight.
Ambassador Peter Ryan also provided a diplomatic perspective.
Technology is all about your openness and your willingness to work with partners, the education and the readiness of your society to adopt new technologies and to really build world-class collaboration. And Ireland is only a small little place. I just keep repeating that to you. So we don't claim to be the best at anything really, but there's one or two things where we're really, really in an interesting position. And one of them, many of them will surprise you. They surprise me every day. So I'll just give you a couple of them if I may. One is that we're the 6th largest exporter on the planet of financial services. We only have 1% of the population of the European Union. There's 193 countries in the United Nations, and Ireland is number 6 on the planet in exporting financial services.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers and roundtable sessions which were able to address how to tackle transaction costs, infrastructure gaps in cross-border payments, combat financial crimes, and protect consumers through a multi-stakeholder approach while building digital trust in a complex technological era. At the end of the event, some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the conference, alongside thoughts on the opportunities that await Africa.
RegTech solutions enabling digital identity across African nations. I mean,
Yes.
that's basically sits at the center of what RegTech is, right? Because digital identity has come to stay as a major means through which you transact, right, or do anything in the digital space. So we say that there's been high proliferation of digitization. In the digital world, a lot's happening, and it keeps growing, right? Identification then becomes the means, right, to authenticate and verify, the true identity of the players in the digital space. Because without identity, there's no way you can keep tag of those that are playing in the digital space, right? So RegTech is that platform, provides that solution, right, that helps in identifying the key players. Are they good actors? Are they bad actors? And how can you as a solution provider right? A fintech, for instance, be able to leverage that solution to identify those that are using the platform. How can you, as a regulator, be able to use that solution to identify the stakeholders you are dealing with? How can you, as a financial institution, for instance, use that solution to identify your customers? That's why today, when you go to a bank or any financial to transact, the first thing they ask is your BVN, right? Through your BVN, they are able to tell that, oh, you are the person that actually owns the account. That's identity. Without the BVN, there's no way they will know. Any other person can walk into the bank and claim that they are you, right? So that is how important identification is. And RegTech is really the engine room that powers all of this.
In NDIC, we are part of the financial system, and we're also part of the financial safety net, which means we work together with other financial regulators, in specific terms, the Central Bank of Nigeria, to supervise banks, which is one of our mandates. Our key role is to protect depositors and to protect depositors' funds so that in the event of bank failure, depositors will be reimbursed. Now, as a financial regulator, we do not work in silos. We have to collaborate with financial sector and industry players. So RegTech is all about regulatory technology. It has to do with stabilizing financial systems, making sure that the financial sector is growing and that it is nurtured rather than it being stifled by regulation, but also to make sure that the services they provide are best quality and that customers and consumers are not shortchanged. So the reason why we're here basically is to network with these stakeholders in the financial industry to look at the new things that are going on with regulatory technology. Banking supervision, which is one of our key mandates in NDIC, means that we go and look at the operations of financial institutions that are under our purview to make sure that they're following the regulatory criterias, the prudential guidelines, and so on, to ensure that depositors' funds are protected. So, as you know, in the private sector, in the financial sector, digital financial services has been a huge, influence, and it is so pervasive, and we have benefited from it, but there are also some negative things that have come out of it. So we are here to collaborate, to network, to also promote what we do in NDIC so that we can also make an input into our operations to make sure that we're doing things better. And also we are a forward-looking institution to see how we can also incorporate some of these technologies into our operations.
I think one of the differentiating factors about the fact that we offer a unified compliance solution that literally covers the entire user journey. So from KYC, user verification, analyzing potential risk, to continuous monitoring, which is fraud prevention, transactions monitoring based on advanced AI engine that customers can use to monitor fraud in real time, reporting in real time. So all of that, I believe, sets us apart from the competition, and the system is fully automated, right? Which is very important in our modern day life, right? Because fraud is evolving and technology should also be in a fast pace, right? So that, I believe, is a differentiating factors if you compare us with other players. Yeah.
Well, we are a one-stop toolkit for compliance for the Nigerian market, and so far we've been solving the problem of simplified compliance, basically. So before we came into the market, they were just expensive toolkits, complex toolkits to integrate, but RegFile is solving that problem at a very affordable cost. So we are like a one-stop toolkit, and we meet the current CBN structure. We meet and we exceed it. So if you're looking for any compliance toolkit, please make sure to reach out to us.
It was an evening of culture, connection, and celebration on Thursday, May 29th at the Coronation Art Gallery in Victoria Island, Lagos. Artists, collectors, and dignitaries gathered to witness a powerful exhibition titled Custodians of Legacy, Collecting with Purpose. Curated by Ugoma Ebila, the showcase explores themes of identity, memory, and meaning. A journey that drew Nigeria's top business leaders, diplomats, and art enthusiasts. The chairman of Coronation Group, Mr. Aigboje I. Imokwede, led the host of dignitaries in attendance, including the United States Acting Consul General Joe Ellen Gorg, and executives from across different sectors as they immersed in an evening of art and storytelling. The showcase featured rare works from the private collections of Hakeem Adedeji and Ngozi Edozian, two patrons whose decades-long commitment to African art tells a story of identity, memory, and of collecting with purpose.
I started this collecting thing not out of any consciousness. Seriously, I was given a room in a flat, and I needed to decorate it. And this is where a lot of people start. So I needed to decorate, so I went out to Piccadilly Circus, and I got myself about 5 posters, £10 posters of European masters. And suddenly the interest started. I came back to
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. It is BDTV right here. My name is Onyeka Valentine. And in case you're just joining us, well, you haven't missed much. When we started, we gave you the news. Also, we gave you something to let you know what's happening in newspapers. And now we are holding through the segment of the big story. And today, most definitely, I do have my guest who will be joining me and will be talking about what is happening with the Coastal Road and how that will add value to Nigeria's economy. Let me give a little sneak peek into who my guest is. His name is Dapo Aderamewa. I hope I pronounce that properly, right? He's a young, dynamic entrepreneur who is passionate about nation building. He acquired his first degree in international business, yes, in Sheffield Ham University, UK. Also a master's in international relationship from Warwick University and a certificate in leadership from Harvard University, the United States. He's also undergoing his postgraduate degree in education at the University of Sussex also, and more. Today we'll be talking about the Coastal Road, most definitely, and how that has affected and is affecting the economy and moving forward. All about nation building. I know my guest is right there. Mr. Dakbo, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Thank you for joining us today via Zoom. I hope I pronounced your name properly. If I didn't, please correct me.
You did your best. It's actually Adara Mewa.
Oh, fantastic.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction. It was very robust.
Pleasure is mine. Pleasure is mine. Thank you for joining us. Dakbo, I know you're already conversant with what we're talking about. So Nigerians want to know, and of course, no better person to have than you who understands what the economy can either be a pull-through or a give and take with such huge projects. The president has most definitely, assured Nigerians that this will help to speed up business and, of course, bring in more ROI and increase the GDP. But with the amount of money that's been sunk into this project so far, do you think the nation will survive it?
Thank you very much. That's the question on everybody's mind.
Yes.
Really. But I'd like to approach it from this perspective.
Right.
Now, Nigeria is no stranger to big, epic projects that on paper will bring about development, will transform the country's economy. These are not new. We have the Ajaokuta steel mill. We have even the Lagos rail that was delayed by 12 years. We have all these grand projects that the nation has taken part in. Now, what typically happens is that on paper, if completed in time and on budget, it will be an asset to the nation. But historically, the trend is that it is neither completed on time, nor is it on budget. It often lingers around for years, and many of them ended up abandoned, even down to even our refineries. You know, they're still, oh, it will work now, it will work then, under different regimes. So we have this history of all these problems. Now, the question is, will that be tackled on this project? And if so, how? Right? What has this government brought forth that can say, okay, we can hold on to this and say that this is a different approach to these legacy projects that they all try to do, right? That will mean that there's a higher chance of its completion successfully in a way that will benefit the nation. And so far, I haven't seen much. I haven't seen much that would suggest that this is going to be different. But yes, on paper, if a country is able to link its coastal cities, if we're able to connect so many of these states, it would, really improve our infrastructure. It would improve transportation. It would open up sea access, to different parts of the country. On paper, it's a great idea. Right, we can agree. But the second question to ask then is it a priority for Nigeria right now?
That's the big question. And that brings me to my second, focus on this segment. Now, we call it the big story because it is a big story. And like they say, for every development, someone, somewhere will have to suffer. Now, we know some business people have gone through a lot. Some have lost their business. Some others had their structures pulled down just to give way for the coastal road. But again, the government says it's going to be a lifeline. And so this next question goes in that manner so that we can see if we can justify that. And if, for instance, there is some form of, compensation, if at all, right? But this is the thing now. The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway is often heralded as, or better still, often called as a lifeline for Nigeria's economy, right? Now, from your perspective, considering the project, right, current status, and so far they claim they have, covered some amount of kilometers. We don't know if what they've said is what it is that is obtainable. But again, with the status on ground and economic realities on ground here in this country today, what are the most significant potential positive economic impact that we might truly say, you know what, this is going to come out of it? I mean, judging from the fact that, you have transportation, yes, which is important, but also, what about other businesses? What about young entrepreneurs, people who are struggling? Not too long ago, right, fuel subsidy was removed. Now, this project has come in. Was the money for fuel subsidy channeled into that? Okay, so all this is what we want to know. From your angle as someone who is in nation building, who understands how the economy runs, what do you think? Is this a mistake, or is it truly going to be a lifeline for Nigeria?
Now, the question of if it's a mistake or not depends on how it's handled. Now, let's look at the potential benefits of it, right? Firstly, it allows connection between these 9 states, right? And that would increase our ability to transport perishable goods in such a way that it arrives. Because keep in mind, a lot of the perishable goods we have in Nigeria typically come from the north, and there's challenges in terms of bringing it here. That's why things are so expensive. If you go to these states where, your tomato is being produced, you realize that they're produced on a vast scale. The issue is transportation. Now, it will mean that if we're able to connect these 9 states, we can, do some farming in states where land is cheaper and transport them to Lagos in time for us to be able to get things at a discounted price, right? So it will improve things. It could improve infrastructure. You'll be able to set up factories in any of the states that are easily connected to the major trade center, which is Lagos, connected to the port, and you will transport your goods in time. So in theory, all of these things could be beneficial, right? Now, there's also tourism that could improve the tourism corridors for Nigeria, creating access to all these other other states as well. And then in terms of
sorry to cut you. You mentioned tourism, but some certain tourist, attraction was destroyed to give way for this. Are we saying destroy one to make another one? What are the plans to mitigate this? Just to add to what your thread of thought is.
No, definitely. Now, the issue of how the government has gone about there is no infrastructural project that happens anywhere in the world.
Right.
Typically, that does not cause some, changing or some damage to some businesses. Now, the issue is how that is handled, how much warning those businesses are given, how much they are carried along, and how much compensation is being given, right? One of the bigger tourist centers, I remember as of the last time I saw him giving an interview, he mentioned clearly that there has been no compensation to his company. There was no warning on the day that they were destroyed. And all of this are shameful acts, right? Now, we talk about opening up Nigeria to business, right? Now, what is the message? If I am an investor in New York and I am considering where to invest my capital, and I turn on my TV and I see one of Nigeria's most foremost investors complaining about the fact that one day his government-approved sanctioned business was torn down with little or no warning and zero compensation. No matter how fantastic the highway you have in that country is, I will still be afraid to invest. So there should have been more done to handle these things. There should have been adequate compensation. Say, for example, they were carried along, they were given enough time to remove, their goods and at least the items that they can reuse. They were allocated a different plot that they could use to, rebuild their business. Fantastic. That would have solved that problem. So Nigeria has that history of, shall we say, big managing, where it seems that people just do things very drastically with little regard for how it affects people.
Okay, Dakbo, with your vast experience in area of governance, because I know that you're also an outspoken governor when it comes to being a consultant in the area of governance and leadership. But with that now, do you think that other young people who are aspiring to get into leadership will begin to see such robust projects as a way of keeping them in office and events where they are elected in? Because many will argue and say the reason why such huge projects without maybe, just maybe, allegedly a realistic end in sight, the reason why such big projects like that were ventured into by federal government is to keep the ruling party in power. Do you see this as a given or not? Coming from the angle of your own level of tutelage and everything, what do you think?
Great leadership requires confidence, requires risk taking, and any business, any political leader that is looking to make an impact on the country as a whole would need to be confident and take risks. There's no doubt about that, right? So we're not saying altogether it's a terrible idea, but it's how you go about doing these things, right? And I don't believe that the government has managed this particular project as best that they could. Now the question is how much can be done, to manage it. And I think the key thing for me is transparency around how this project goes going forward, right? It's all well and good saying that, okay, we've completed 30 kilometers. Now let's gather around and cut another ribbon. Honestly, we are talking about 700 kilometers here, right? And you've completed 30 and you want to cut a ribbon? Please, let's be realistic.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. So
yeah.
I like what you just mentioned. You were talking about the whole amount of kilometers, like you said, but already they cut the ribbon. Let us hear from most people who had businesses there. And so our team went out to interview some business owners just around the area where the coastal road goes through. Let's hear from them. And when we come back, and then we weigh this thing and see the impact it has had, or rather it's having, on young entrepreneurs and skilled people. Let's take a look.
I work in this mechanic village before the coastal road started. And since the coastal road has started, I think it really affects the business a lot. But actually, I don't care because when the coastal road is fully done, I believe the more customer will come in. Not like before when we have access from the left and the right. Now we only have only one access that we have is from the right. So a lot of customers started complaining that it's far. They cannot come in from Marua. They cannot do that. So a lot of customers say you have to come to the house or you have to come and pick up the car. So it really affect the business. But as long as the road is for the benefit of everybody, it's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Lagosians. I believe when the road is fully done, established, and more customer will come in. But for now, it really, really affects our job. Because a lot of my colleagues have already left this place and look for someone else to work. I would like the president to look into our situation. We need a more bigger workshop that will have more access that they can give us. Like this VI are facing a lot of challenges. Today tax force, tomorrow they start disturbing us. You understand? So we need, in this VI we need a big mechanic village where people can come in and a lot of people will know about and say, oh, these are mechanic village, go there and work. So here we are working, we are having serious challenges. I'm really happy to see the road, where the road is now, unlike before, the way it is before. And now it's look more beautiful. If you come here in the night, you can play ball on this place. You can even play table tennis on it. We have your table tennis. So it's very, very good. It's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Goshen, for everybody. So we have to, and for the in the future generations, they'll enjoy a better road to drive on. I think it's okay. I really love it. But for now, it seriously affects my business, and not only me, a lot of people. But as long as the future is still okay with the generation that is coming, I'm okay with it. Ẹ̀yin ìjọba wa nílùú Èkó ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ fún ohun iṣẹ́ takuntakun tẹ́ ń ṣe. Inú mi máa ń dùn gan pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ takuntakun tí ìjọba Èkó ń ṣe. Àgbàtúfẹ́ kan bá wa look into àwọn ìdọ̀tí ti pọ̀ jù ní àsìkò gọ́vnà wa Babájídé Sanwó-Olú, torí kò rí báyìí lásìkò bàbá wa Fáṣọlá àti Ambode. Wọ́n ní láti bá wa ṣe kọ́kọ́ sí ọ̀rọ̀ ìdọ̀tí àti àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké tó kọ̀ pọ̀ káàkiri gbogbo àdúgbò tí wọn ò níṣẹ́ tó constitute nuisance. Ìjọba Èkó need láti look into it kó má di wípé èèyàn ní lè jáde mọ́ ń dájí ní aago 5 àbí kí wọ́n fẹ́ máa lọlé lálẹ́ kẹ́rù máa bà. Ìjọba Èkó ẹ bá wa ṣiṣẹ́ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. We need serious security in Lagos State because kí wọ́n máa jíjáde ń dájí kẹ́rù máa bà yàn. O tún close lálẹ́ kẹ́rù máa bà yàn kó máa gba fóònù ẹ̀ wọ́n máa rọ̀bù ẹ̀. Àwọn ọmọ yẹn kàn pọ̀ sí àwọn bí wọ́n ti ń wá. Wèrè ilẹ̀ ti pọ̀ jù, wèrè ọ̀dọ́ ti pọ̀ jù gan. àwọn méjèèjì ìmúkùmù tó ń mu ọkàn ń ya wèrè ni. Ẹjọ́ tó ẹ bá wá nǹkan ṣe sí bí tá drug yẹn bá ti ń wọ ìtàn bá ti lè stop ẹ̀. Wèrè ọ̀dọ́ ti pọ̀ jù lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ jù. Ẹjọ́ tó Ọlọ́run yòó Nàìjíríà state tó ní wèrè jù Lagos State ni. Ẹjọ́ ń láti wá nǹkan ṣe sí because of this hard drug.
Dakwa, are you still there?
Yes, I'm with you.
Great stuff. So we had to play that a bit of expose with the coastal road in mind, and of course, like you heard the young man there, the mechanic, talking about how it has affected his own business, and at the same time, how security in that area has either depreciated or otherwise. So, what do you think?
For your listeners that don't understand Yoruba, maybe I should translate the last bit of what he said. He complained about, a lot of young men who are out of employment and how that affects the security in the whole area. He also complained about the dirt and the uncleanliness of Lagos State of late under the new administration. So yes, now he's highlighting some very key issues, and I love his view of the future, right? If it is going to benefit us in the future, we are willing to take the pain of now.
Right.
The pain and suffering is worsened when it is meaningless. And you see, that is why women go through pain and get pregnant again. Simply because the pain is meaningful and create something beautiful. So Nigerians will be willing to go through the suffering that is being brought on by some of the policies of this government if they truly believe and if they can see a clear path to how it would lead to benefiting them in the future. People will bear it. But I don't think that the government as of yet is doing a clear enough job at making people understand these things. And then also showing in a transparent way that it is not business as usual. For example, looking at the infrastructure project that is ongoing, what is being done? Could we not potentially bring in some civil society to ensure that they follow the project all through? To ensure that the bidding process for the project is transparent. These are the things that the government should start thinking about now in order to reduce the chance of us repeating past failures. We hope there's no Nigerian, no matter what party you are, that doesn't wish that their current government becomes a success, right? Because their success or failure affects us all. So it would be a great idea for this government to look at how can we show that this is going to be a different project. How can we show that there's transparency, that this process won't be abused? How do we show the people that we mean well? And I think how the project has been handled in terms of compensating businesses, transparency around that, right? If you really have compensated, let's just assume that the owner of that business, that famous tourist spot, is lying, right? We have no reason to believe that he's going around in all these interviews lying against the federal government. But if he is, now is a good time for the Minister of Works to come out and show us evidence that the federal government did in fact send messages to them, the federal government did compensate them and put those rumors to bed. My guess is the reason why they've not done that is because the gentleman, the businessman is going around and he's telling the truth. And he is one of many who are probably affected. So those are the things that a government can do to show good faith to the people. And that way we can translate to them that, okay, we are going through these hardships now. Yes, some businesses will close down, but the future is going to be bright. And this is how we are doing it differently from Ajaokuta Steel Mill. This is how we are doing it from the Port Harcourt main rail, monorail. This is how we are doing something different, right? That will not be another legacy project that goes absolutely nowhere. And the thing that I would advise this government is that they should remember, particularly the president, he should remember that the threat is not from without. It is not the opposition that will prevent this from being a success because they have no power to do so. It is not the Nigerian people that will prevent this from being a success because we have no power to do so. It is elements within his very government that can sabotage whatever his intentions are.
If I may weigh in there, you said something quite key, which is elements within his government could be the ones trying to, or put this way, quote and unquote, allegedly might want to sabotage the government. Now, does this mean that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, with his great intention he has for the country, there might just be some unscrupulous elements, some people, some bad eggs within his team that will say, you know what, let us stifle some certain things, let us cause some bottlenecks, right? Since we are the ones who report to Oga, create some bottlenecks so the project will last longer than this first term, so we have a reason to now stay in for second term. I mean, there are rumors already out there, again, we call it rumors, that when big capital projects like this are put in place, is it to solidify second term for the ruling party, or do they really have the interest of the public at hand? What do you think?
I think a government that is solely looking after securing its second term can, take up more projects that are, the return on investment is quick. And that's just being factor, not, supporting anybody in particular. I'm just saying that if you wanted to do something that will quickly make the people happy to vote for you, a project like this is not a good idea. Simply because you are going to spend a lot of time, it's going to take quite a number of years for you to actually, complete it and for the rewards to start coming back. So I wouldn't worry myself about whether or not they are doing this as a ploy to get elected. I believe that their intent is to create something that will be a legacy that could transform the country. And what I mean by he needs to be worried about those within the government is that there are people who profit from delays. Nigeria, one of the things that amazed me, I studied abroad, I lived abroad, and I came back to Nigeria and I met people in government, and I have worked with people in government, and, brilliant people, absolutely brilliant people that rival those we see in the private sector. Nigeria is not the way it is because we lack the intelligence. It is because it is like that by design, because there are certain individuals that profit from the chaotic system, from the unaccountability that we have in Nigeria. Those are the same elements that will profit from delaying this project. Those are the same elements that will profit from, swallowing up compensation that should have been given out.
Right.
Those elements are what any serious government should ensure they watch out for. And in order to do that, accountability and transparency throughout the whole process is going to be the key defining factor for this government.
On that note, Dakmo, it would be the key defining moment you said. We're going to have a part 2 of this. Like they say, nation building never gets to the peak. It's a continuous process. You agree with that?
Yeah, very true. Very true.
Dakmo, it has been wonderful having you. And of course, most definitely, we're also working on some cutout for something that we will need you to come and weigh in your options too. So don't go too far away from us. Dakmo, thank you so much for joining us on this big story, and do have a fantastic day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dakmo. Thank you so much. All right, people, we've had him. We've heard what he had to say. Dakmo Adaramewa. I keep finding a way to pronounce that name very well. Adaramewa. I hope I did it properly this time. All right, thank you so much, Dakmo, for joining us. Next, we will have social listening. Don't go away. This is BDTV. Onyeka Valentine is my name. Don't go away.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello and welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Norma Obona. Way before this, we were just seeing a report put together for RedTech. And way before that, we had the Salah video that we had put together by our team led by Mr. Onyeka Valentine to commemorate the Eid celebration. And now we are back here with more on the Breakfast Show, and I hope that you do stay with us. And welcome to the social listening segment of BDTV, where we break down the stories everyone is talking about online. And joining me in the studio for this discussion is no other than my colleague Valentine Onyeka. Welcome to the show.
You know, I will tell you, interesting, people talk about Salah thing. I just get watery mouth. But anyways, I'm here.
And we could see in the video that nobody actually gave you a ram. What happened?
You know, it's a good question. So actually, I was given something else. Okay. And I said, no. Okay. I must have my ram. He said, okay, go and get 500,000.
Oh my God. Things have actually gotten quite expensive. From the reports put together, we could see that some years ago, we could get a very huge ram for like 150,000 naira. Now it's like over the roof.
Yes. I mean, if we must talk about it, it just goes to show you that we need to let the public know that when we talk about the economy, it's hitting home hard, even during the Salah celebration. But that didn't stop people from sharing meat. Yeah, I still had to go to my friend's house and I had a plate myself.
Definitely,
you know. So
definitely. Okay,
so listen, what do we have?
Well, there's quite a number of stories that are making the rounds on social media at the moment, but we have two that we would discuss due to the time limit today. So we're going to begin with a story that's been going viral about Pastor Adefarasin. Right. Pastor Paul Adefarasin has finally responded to a viral video that made rounds on social media, with many suggesting that he has been seen holding a gun. The House on the Rock pastor says he was shocked and deeply hurt by the claims. He told his congregation on Sunday that he does not own, carry, or point firearms. According to him, what people saw in the clip was twisted by people he described as clickbaiters just trying to make money off online traffic. He said the content creator got very close to him, only separated by a glass barrier, and the entire moment was taken out of context. He made it clear that the object in question wasn't a weapon, and the church has no plans to engage in back and forth over the matter. Let's see the video and let's just get a context of what is actually going on.
The enticement of the enemy is always the love of money.
I hope the video plays. It seems like the audio is okay.
Evil. What we have had to witness was clickbaiters just looking for more money. I probably wasn't even their target. Their target was to make more money. And I was falsely accused of bearing a firearm, pointing a firearm at an aggressive content creator who came within personal distance. Or anything separating me and him was about maybe 3/4 of a meter and a glass. I do not have a pistol license for a firearm. I do not carry a firearm, and I pointed no firearm at anybody. Amen. And it's our policy not to dignify hate speech, false accusations. We believe that God is bigger than that. And we believe in what is said in Romans 12 and verse 19. And
right.
So, Mr. Valentine, this kind of accusation, how do you think it can cause real damage, or do you believe his claims?
Okay, so first and foremost, I would say in an age where a simple picture can be manipulated to make the viewers or whoever it is as the end content receiver think otherwise, we begin to question, are we heading for impending doom? Because I mean, truth be told, which means that anyone can just take a picture of somebody or a video, manipulate it, if that is the case, right? I mean, you heard him there, you know, responding to that video that went viral of allegedly, they say he was carrying a firearm or carrying something. I mean, he has cleared the air saying that he doesn't own, you know, a firearm, he doesn't have a license to carry one, and it was very clear that it was only clickbaiters trying to get some form of publicity one way or the other. So my question is now is, let us turn back to regulatory bodies who are within our space in Nigeria. How do we, and this is a serious matter,
Very serious matter.
How would the government put in place things that will enable some certain content creators be held accountable? Because, like I did say, I mean, we see videos of AI videos of
definitely we see a lot here.
Yeah, of the president either being as in dancing one way or the other, which obviously he never danced to some certain things. There's some image manipulation by some quote and unquote some unscrupulous elements who just want to tarnish the image of well-meaning Nigerians or people of high status, like what we're seeing right now. Now, again, our job is to stand on the fence to now say, if there was a video where he wound down, which obviously was a video where he wound his blouse down, and engaged in a slight conversation with whoever it is the person was, like you said, they're 3 meters or 3 feet away. But he said he wasn't carrying anything. So whoever took that video went back, took his or her time to edit it to look as if there was something in his hand.
Holding.
Is that a crime? If it is, what does it attract? If it's not a crime, why is it not a crime yet?
Yes.
Because if video manipulation to deceive the public, right, as if what happened is what it was, then it's a serious matter.
Yeah, I have actually a story, not about Mr. Pastor Paul, but there was this girl on TikTok, and she, before before AI went very viral, before people started putting prompts to do a lot of things back here in Nigeria, when it was like going viral in Asia and Europe, there was this girl who had just turned 18, and people had made pictures of her naked.
Nude pictures.
Like naked, and it was very crazy because she did not take these nude pictures, and she does not even know the background, where they came from. No, she just opened TikTok. She had to
cut her face, face, and then added it to some.
And you know how realistic AI can be. So she had to delete her TikTok account. In fact, she had to disappear from the surface of social media. You get, so I feel personally that we should, now that AI is coming, we should be making laws that will actually put people in their places. Let them know that, okay, see, you can't do this. This is a very important tool. It's very, very, very wonderful. You see, people, the last conference we went for business, people were talking about the way they are maneuvering stress and excuses with AI. But at the same time, we should make laws that help people or protect people from being, ambushed by people who actually mean no good with AI.
Again, if you look at it closely, whoever it is that walked up to him had one specific goal.
Exactly.
It was well, orchestrated
to
make him look bad.
Exactly.
If truly he wasn't carrying a firearm. But even if he was carrying a firearm, let's not make a story for him. Even if he was carrying a firearm, I know he'll be very responsible enough to have a license for it. But even if he has a firearm and he has a license, my question is, some certain individuals in our society should be allowed to have firearm, judging with the fact that there's a lot of high-level insecurity going on in the country. And of course, our security personnel will not be everywhere at the same time.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, if you look at it closely, he's a person of interest, he's someone of influence, he's a clergyman, and so that puts him on the direct line and fire of anyone who wants to, attack him, especially if they know the trail where he passes on a daily basis to his house. And of course, there's nothing wrong driving yourself. You won't just enjoy driving yourself. Are you saying that we shouldn't just move around and be freely and be happy? If we as individuals, and I'm speaking to the government now, if we feel threatened in public spaces, yes. Are we allowed to carry firearms? Obviously not. But for some certain individuals are allowed. Now I'm saying this in the context where even if he had one, it shouldn't be concealed weapon. Unless maybe you're working for some arm of the government that enables you to, that allows you to carry a concealed weapon. Maybe you are in DSS or SSS, or you are a security personnel at some level. If you're in the military, maybe you're a captain or something that allows you to have a Beretta, which is a firearm, or maybe you're in the police that also allows you to carry a firearm even when you are mufti, whichever the case. But as individuals who are, they're not in the military or civilians, let me use that word. Okay, they're not allowed. They're not in the military space or police or whatever it is. We should have, put it this way, do we have provisions for such high level, citizens to have the firearm? I don't think, I don't want to compare us to America because it will be throwing caution to the wind if we say you're allowed to walk into a shop and just buy a firearm.
I don't think we should do that because people will get killed on the streets.
They will
Someone will just cross you on the traffic and you pull out your arm. Yeah.
Without proper confrontation, you just you resort to weapon. But even at that, to approach this thing from the balance, I think moving forward, for you to be able to protect yourself, two things: have a camera in your car, so you capture the footage that will also debunk any claim that comes out. It's very important to have your own camera facing you, facing anybody outside, whatever. Before you engage anybody, make sure your camera is running, so that when the story goes out, you have your own story to counter it. An event where the story or the picture or the video, whatever, is doctored, like in this case now, right? Pastor Paul is saying that video was doctored, that the picture was doctored. He didn't have any firearm or something like that. Okay, let's leave it for the professionals who are forensic or whatever you want to call them, who know how to look into these things and now talk about. For us as a station, I would say the story is out there. What's the lesson to learn from it?
Well, let's look at what people are saying on X. Let's just see some of the reactions that people have to this particular story, because I feel he's a very controversial person at this point. So people would want to say something. Oh, the story is very controversial. So people want to say a lot of things. People say even pastors still deserve privacy. He politely told the guy to stop filming him. If he was holding a gun, he would have pointed it to his direction. It was not a gun. Let pastor breathe himself. Now human being, he has grace and he is blessed. If you think it is wrong, pray for him. Okay. Next tweet by Oyekami Adeni, he said, "Sir, it is more important to correct the narrative and address the allegation properly by telling your church members and Nigeria what you were holding in that video, if we are to believe it isn't a gun."
That's another angle.
Another angle
Tell
too.
us what it is what it was holding.
Okay, and the next tweet said by Moji Nola says, "Not a person who likes to speak for or against men of God, but the pastor Adefarasin's issue would have made a lot of sense if he had brought what he was holding in that viral video as evidence. But man didn't even mention it at all, even in the sermon or speech he delivered." Well, I think this person is trying to poke some holes at the issue.
That he was holding something.
Yeah, that he was holding something.
So hold on. Does that debunk the fact that it wasn't doctored?
One of my reservations is the fact that AI can actually do a lot of things. There are a lot of prompts you can give AI and it will actually make someone hold something. Yeah, so I don't know. I actually don't know.
AI enabled, but maybe edited in such a way that it will be from the angle as if something like a firearm was in his hand. But whichever the case, the last person on X said at least could have brought out what it is was holding. Maybe it was body spray.
Well, our time is fast spent. Let's look at the next story, which is that, this one is buzzing. I'm really excited to talk about this one. It's a story about Farouk Owegba, the man who stole the show at last year's Ojudoba. So he has done it again in 2025, and he showed up on a horseback radiating that same blend of class, cultural confidence. You see the agbada, the shades, the beads, the entire aura of Farouk Owegba. It's not just something that it's about. He's not just attending; he's commanding attention. And it isn't just about the outfit. Owegba is also a cancer survivor with an inspiring story, a solid career in finance, and now a fresh title. The National Council of Arts and Culture just named him an honorary cultural ambassador, calling him a true Nigerian original. And once again, social media could not get enough. Many are calling him the king of steez. Already, this is his nickname, and saying he's redefined what elegance and edge look like at cultural events. So, Mr. Valentine, right. I want to. You're a man of steez as well, so I want your own take on this. Are you supporting these takes? Because I want to get from they say it takes a witch to know another witch. Wow. So it takes a man of steez to know another man of steez. So what is your take on this?
Well, first and foremost, for people watching us at home, I'm planning to come and waylay me on the road because Norma said I'm a man of steez. So I'm just a man. But anyways, I mean, it's good for every gentleman to have steez. What that does is that it puts you on a pedestrian of, quote and unquote, lack of a better term, right? Grace, and gives you levels, like they always say in Nigeria, is give you levels, gives you some form of position. But however, I want to come from the angle of celebrating life. I think this gentleman on the horse, right, who, Farouk, right? What we're not seeing here, we should give him more light, is the fact that he's a cancer survivor. Cancer is a very deadly thing.
Very deadly.
And I say this without even smiling. I know people who did not make it. I've had my own time to also shed a tear. And I know what they go through. The treatment. I know what they go through regarding family members. And let's not forget about the money. But the psychological torture alone. And very few people come out of it alive. I had my own time to cry. Haven't lost a loved one. But I'll tell you one thing for sure. For anyone who is a cancer survivor, the way they will celebrate their life, that's what I'm heading to now.
They live differently.
Will have no bounds.
Yeah.
So I see him as someone who, apart from the fact that there is a celebration going on and there is some cultural gathering, it's also an opportunity for him to live his best life. Because let me tell you one thing about cancer. For what we know, I'm not a doctor, but most doctors will tell you, a survivor stands a risk of it coming back. So if he has the opportunity to live his life and be happy, he should go with it. Now, I don't know about the Cuban cigar in his mouth, though, but you could tell that he's enjoying his life to the fullest.
Yes.
All gashed up with tattoos everywhere.
Yeah, I really love his sleeves. Like,
most definitely.
They are really breathtaking.
Yes, and he's bringing a whole new vibe to the cultural space.
Yeah.
Which is not a bad thing at all. So I don't think anybody could have said anything bad about it. Let's see what's happening on X, right?
Yeah, let's see what people... I'm sure that people are going to just go crazy about this particular event. Okay, so Anonymous says, one thing I like about his aura is that he doesn't even fit into much designs on his kits, and he stands out among all. Some group of people go soon start to dey hate. Well, I don't know who this shade is thrown at. Pest, you have to come and tell us who you are throwing this shade at.
That person is a Chelsea fan.
Okay, I see. So, Lola says, nobody they follow una drag best dress. So, Farouk Oreogba, fondly dubbed the King of Steez, didn't just capture the hearts with his attire, but with his effortless charisma, confidence, and magnetic presence at the Ojudoba Festival. Let's see the next tweet. Lord Justice N. This guy starts planning his Ojudoba as soon as the present fund ends. Farouk is goated, I beg. I really agree with this guy. I don't think that, there's just some outfits that that someone has taken time to put together. You did not just wake up and be like, okay, let me just wear this cap and these glasses. Like, he took his time. You surely have someone designing the next one. But I think the one for 2027 is already in the works.
So, I mean, just to pour more light to this thing. Again, the way and manner he's approaching it, for them to call him King of Steez, is just a scratch on the surface. There's still more that's going to come out. Like I told you, in celebrating your life, I've seen a 90-year-old man gashed up to make a 16-year-old look like toy.
Nothing.
Why? Because for you could have gone to that level, you could have survived a lot of things. And it's there. It says he's a cancer survivor, like I said before. So if whoever it is that is there saying something about haters or whatever, I think King Farouk, that means that word, has passed that threshold of whoever's going to hate him. When you have passed that threshold, you're not worried about what anybody will say. The idea of, what will the public say? The idea of some form of stereotype. The idea of some form of, social media space saying whatever they want to say will mean nothing. Why? Because you have broken through. And as a breakthrough survivor, guess what? Other things that you will see that will not see it. So what he's seeing right now is, I have another shot at life.
I'm telling
so
you.
I must go with it with every energy that I have.
And he's giving it his all when you think about it. I feel like there's something about those who have stood in the edge of death before and they've returned. They're like, you know what? You people have done your own. Now is my time to really leave.
Let me even shock even further. For anyone who has survived a car crash alone, will tell you, look, the way and manner they approach life now and see life is totally
very different.
Let alone surviving something that, look, cancer affects mentally, physically, affects financially. And so if you have gone through all those hurdles with friends and family around and you succeed in beating it in 2017 or 2014 or so, whatever it is, the year, and he's healthy and strong, look, I tell you, we're only just seeing the beginning of the celebration. More is going to come. Yeah. So, King of Steez.
Yeah. So that's where the social listening today, we're going to be cussing it. We would have loved to talk more about the King of Steez. I'm sure my co-anchor, Mr. Valentine, would have, wanted to stay more, but that's all we're going to be taking for today. But don't go away. We still have more content coming to your screens, and we remain your favorite channel, bdtv. I am Norma Obona, and with me was
Onyeka Valentine, bdtv, and we're out.
You are watching Business Day Television. Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Welcome to the Business Day Conference 2025.
The Business Day Future of Payments Conference 2025 brought together fintech experts at the 4 Points by Sheraton in Lagos, Nigeria on the 30th of April. The conference themed Fintech Evolution, Contactless Payments as the gateway to seamless transactions, had many stakeholders and professionals present during the occasion. The welcome address was delivered by Zebulon Agommo, BD Sunday editor, on behalf of the publisher Mr. Frank Aibogun.
Today's theme, Fintech Evolution, Contactless Payments are the gateway to seamless transactions, speaks directly to the shift we are witnessing in the way people and businesses move money around. From the market stalls in Lagos to global e-commerce platforms, the demand for speed, safety, and simplicity is driving innovation like never before.
In the keynote address, Mr. Ugo Obasi, Executive Director at Afrigo, spoke on the history and evolution of contactless payments and its aim to strengthening the financial sector and economic growth.
Fraud has become a major concern globally. In our domestic market, lack of authentication for smaller transactions in contactless payments could raise additional concerns for users. So we hear stories of, when I tap my card on a machine, or somebody takes your card, or even you pass, and a reader or a device with a reader can take your money even in your pockets. So some of those things are myths that we have to address.
The Managing Director and CEO of RedTech Limited, Mr. Emmanuel Ojo, gave a presentation on future of payments and the changing role of technology in driving innovation.
There are predictions that in the continent, by year 2030, the growth of young Africans would have increased by 42%. And predictions have it that by year 2100, the growth would have increased by 181%. The reality is that digital payments are mostly powered by younger folks, because younger folks are more inquisitive and they have the tendency to like to drive innovation. So we believe that in the continent will significantly benefit from the youths going forward.
The program moved to a panel discussion on the next evolution of digital payments and contactless payments with opportunities for questions and answers from the fintech experts.
Nigeria is a very peculiar market. Our current demographics, about 18 to 45, about 70% of our population lie between the ages of 18 and 45 years. So what that means is you're going to see a significant adoption of new and emerging technologies in this market, perhaps even more than any other market you look at in the Africa region, right? Look at what's happening in crypto. Nigeria is the number 2 market globally, not in Africa, right? Globally, as it pertains with crypto adoption and utilizing it for payments, only second to India, more than other Western nations and all of that. And the same thing you get, even if it were to be with autonomous vehicles or self-driving vehicles, people will tell you the same thing, that are you sure we can trust it? But I disagree. I don't think that's the issue.
In 2023, CBN has issued the guidelines for contactless payments. In 2021, I think, or 2020, CBN also released a framework for QR code acceptance and payments. So what we need from a legal perspective, which we didn't used to have in relation to in the earlier days of fintech adoption and the uprise, we have that now for contactless. So I don't think that the issues, and if you listen to Mr. Ojo's presentation and Mr. Obasi, I don't really think the issues holding us back are legal or regulatory. I think the framework is there. It's for the market participants to now use them. I must appreciate the coordinator of today, BusinessDay. I salute them. It's obviously a recognizable brand in the media space. And also, I must also appreciate all of the participants, particularly the representative of the MD of the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, the Mr. Premier Oiwo, represented by Ugo, the speaker before me, who was able to give us the journey so far in terms of digital payments and the evolution of the digital innovation products in Nigeria. I was able to also leverage some of the information shared in his presentation to also let us know that it's a gradual progress that we're going to realize in contactless payment. Based on the persona of consumers, essentially, they tend to react to change. This is expected. So it's going to be, the progress in contactless payment is going to be gradual. As I mentioned, it might be best to look for a niche in deploying contactless payments. And that niche essentially would ensure that maximum security experience, whereby even if your credentials has been compromised as a consumer or infringed upon, your funds can still be recovered. That will boost confidence before exposing contactless to other means whereby it is of a higher risk. That would be my personal advice to the industry.
A couple of things. First is we can no longer shy away from technology. It's a must. So what we need to do is to prepare, put our hearts in order, and be able to compete and ensure that technology is enhancing human behavior, is enhancing services, and of course, it's improving our communication and engagement with business and the consumers of business. That's one. Two is that we have to realize that as a society, it as government or private sector, we need to look at how we can constantly improve the use of this technology. We can't shy away from it anymore. There's just no way we can run away. And so we have to embrace it, we have to prepare to adopt it, and we have to equip ourselves to be able to respond efficiently and effectively to the demands of technology. Those are the two things that I've taken away from here. And we are ready, the market is ready, the market is huge, and there are people here locally who are able to support the demands of this technology and the demands of service to ensure customers are receiving good experiences, and businesses are growing, and the economy is growing, and everybody is good for it.
So like I said before, collaboration, more user education is needed. More support is needed from an infrastructural point of view. and basically having events like this basically is pushing more awareness out there of what we can do and of what is expected of us to do in the ecosystem.
There've been a lot I've learned, but my major takeaway is, I've been exposed to a lot of things regarding future of payments in Nigeria. Also I'm currently, building a business, a startup. And I've gotten an insight that can actually add on to my own startup that will actually help me thrive in my own industry.
The event ended on a high note with closing remarks from the Business Day Sunday editor Zebulon Agommo. Norma Obuna, reporting for Business Day Television.
This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
This is a National Cane Weaver Association. Normally we call it Cane Village. My own name is Dennis Omadide from Delta State, the chairman of National Cane Weaver Association in Lagos.
My name is Adebayo Olamide Sandra. I run sanora.ng on Instagram, which is a rattan business.
The production process is, this is a raw material. We thank God for Nigeria because the cane we are using, not that we planted it, is from the forest. The guy came from the other states, from Edo State, even Ondo State. So we have a different body, we have a supplier. So when they come to Lagos, we buy them. So after buy them, we now do the process. How can we scrape the cane to make sure we can bring the cane to design anything needful? So that is the process of the cane. After that, you use it to work. Like you see what is there now. After cleaning, that is why you get all these finishings work. You know, I have a lot of process. We scrape it, we tear it. After tear it, then we have to smooth it so that we can use it to design whatever that we do. And most of the time, they are in the market, you can see. Because I'm not working hand, but they are finishing products. We use hand, we doesn't use machine. Well, we call it water cane. We have two types of material. We have water cane, we have willow cane. Willow. Those are the two material, the major material we use in Nigeria here. But in the best cane work in the world, Indonesia, their cane is planted, but our own is from God. So those cane, they can never finish from the forest because in as our forest exists, the cane also exists. So we, after they bring them, we buy them. When we buy them, before we can come to cane like this, when we are even in primary school, we know how to do handwork. And the handwork is from cane. Sometimes we used to tie broom. Sometimes we will do something like cagey fish. So in that process, we know how to mix the cane in the village. Because most of us, we are not from here. Because the majority in this place is from Delta State, 99%. So we know how to do cagey fish, do handwork. When we come here, we now know that cane is so very useful for many things. So that's why we put the idea through even the white men who give us catalog. Then from there, we have been working. That is how we enter this. The challenges of this work, the place we are now, this is not the best place for the business. We want a place that we can use it as a tour. When people came, they will come and see what we are doing. But presently now, based on Lagos State, there's no new place. We need a place that we can display our market, showcase our market, so that people will know that we are operating. Because now we are under the bridge. But see yet, we are still managing this place because there is no land. And we have no authority. That is why we are managing this place. But this is the center of the business for all Nigeria. This is the center. In terms of finance, even apart from the finance, we want the government to intervene on the work. Because some time ago, we wrote to we under a ministry of what's it, they were under the ministry. So they promised us that they will give us a better place, and after that place, when we even work, they can export the work to another country so that they will not say that our youths are not working. So even students will train them. Those in university, we have a lot of graduates here anyway. Some people they are abroad now from this work.
Wow.
We have at least less than 3 people are doing their master in the US from here. So we want the government to teach us more because they know better than us. We are only trying to operate on our own. But by the time they put their knowledge on the work, I think we expand more better way for Nigeria.
You can use rattan for literally anything. I always tell anybody that you can use rattan for literally anything. You can use rattan to make a standing fan. I'm not kidding. You can use rattan to make vases. You can use rattan, for your interior decoration. You can use rattan for your event decoration. I mean, look at beautiful traditional weddings. Have you seen what makes them beautiful? Rattan, you guys, raffia products, right? So yes, you can use raffia products for mirrors. You can use raffia products. You can use raffia products in hotels. You can use raffia products for consoles, TV consoles. You can use them for mats. You can use rattan product for literally anything. You can use them for chair. I wish my rattan chair was here that I could see that one. Gosh, you can use rattan for that as well. You can use rattan for literally anything, yeah.
Customer is not coming, but based on the online, we are selling. After you produce, you deliver, they pay your money. And we are not the people that will collect money for someone and will not do the job. And that's why we have a leader. So if anyone does such, we'll cut it. I think we brought it to book. Based on the online markets, and those that do the events, they are really promoting us. That's how we are still sustaining for now. Raffia is made by goats. We have 2 types anyway. We have rattan, we have cane, we have another one, but all the name is under rattan. One is rubber,
Okay.
one is cane, one is glass. It's like a leaves.
Oh.
So those are the 3 major things we really use here. But the best one is cane. It's from God. Even the other one that is leaves, it's not as last as cane, but it's beauty. It's fine. You can see this one now. This is rubber.
Okay.
This
Can I?
yes, they brought this one from like this one. This one you see now, this is rubber, but we call it rattan.
Okay.
They export this to come, and it's very expensive. It's not like cane, but it does not last as cane.
Skin.
When you see that, you like it. But
It's fine.
Yes, but even though we can use cane to do it, then the only thing we will now spray to this milk color. We can use cane. We can now spray to this color. And why this cane? When we started this work, when those white people that are coming, we didn't know that they are taking the measurement of our cane. They take it from here, and we don't know. They begin to start to produce this long ago, and it is we that doing it now. When they came to Nigeria before, we learn work from them. But we tell that you cannot come to our country, they will learn work from you, and that's why we take over the business.
The Pan Atlantic University brought together industry experts, creators, students, and changemakers in the music industry at the Lagos Business School for the second edition of its SMC Music Business Conference, themed Leveraging AI for Growth, Opportunity, and Sustainability in the Music Industry on the 30th of May 2025. The conference commenced with a welcome address from the Pan Atlantic University School of Media and Communications Dean, Dr. Ikechukwu Ubiaya, where he pointed out the possibilities of AI and how we can capitalize on it to inspire growth in the music industry.
Welcome, and I do hope you have a fantastic day in the music conference of this year. Thank you.
He also used this opportunity to launch the book, a compilation of papers written on the last Music Business Conference. The event proceeded with a keynote speech from Mr. Munyiratsi Chaneta, Managing Director Africa, Empire Publishing, which addressed the impact of AI in the evolution of music rights management.
AI is not here to kill music. It's here to test us. It's here to challenge us. And maybe it's here to help us. Today, we'll explore what AI really is, why music has always feared innovation, and what's broken in our industry, especially in Africa, and how AI might just be the tool that can help fix it.
The conference featured informative panel sessions with a plethora of reputable speakers and a master class which was able to expatiate on the ethics of AI in music.
Or if I want to mix and master and check my parameters, I could also use like certain metering. There are AI metering devices as well, where you can check your loudness, your peaking and all that. So like I can essentially start my workflow and end my workflow without doing anything myself.
How do I analyze all the data to know where the audiences are, where the people that will sell the tickets are? Smart advertising. How do I know where to spend my advertising money? If you don't do it, you just wouldn't be as efficient as everybody else. You wouldn't make as much revenue per naira spent, and you would just get weeded out. And you would see that evolution in the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years in the music business, where there might have been companies that were at the top, and then other companies took over, record labels that were at the top, other record labels took over, and it's not just a local thing. So I think make it available, like you said, teach people, do all these awareness things. Like this panel, for example, will probably bring AI. Everybody might have heard of it, but they might have not thought about it in a different way.
The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversations which covered accepting AI as a tool that had come to erase excuses instead of a threat to the music business. Each session ended with an opportunity for attendees to share their questions and opinions with the panelists. Some of the attendees and panelists also shared their submissions and takeaways from the event.
It has always been our goal to do more in the different sectors. And so this opportunity we saw as a golden one, the opportunity to collaborate with Aristocrat last year to start this, was for us like a first step into this area of the music industry. And of course, it goes without saying that today it's an industry that's making tremendous impact in the world as a whole, having such an influence. But you look at the other side of it and you see that so much more needs to be done in terms of improving education for this sector, in terms of improving the structures for this sector, and taking time out to study it, taking time out to show the young people who are trying to go into this space what it's all about. We think it's a great contribution towards building a stronger industry. This really is why we decided to do this.
AI can only make improvements to the lives of our creatives. AI is data. It is analysis. It is efficiency. It's able to speed up processes. It's able to clean things up in such a way that it can actually improve the flow of money, the monetization of content back to the creators where it truly needs to be.
How do I use AI? That's one thing people need to understand. When they're able to like fine-tune that aspect of how to use AI for fashion, how to use AI for marketing, how to use AI for production, how to use AI for either media or whatever, people will be able to cue into it, because whatsoever you don't know, have an idea about how beneficial these things can be to me, you probably just ignore it and get slept on.
So you see a lot of AI generated Afrobeats theme music or bass music
and even if not Afrobeats core, Afrofusion. So maybe fusing Afrobeat to like R&B more from any part of the world. So it won't just be Nigerians anymore or South Africans or Ghanaians. It'll be like anybody. It could from some person from I don't know Switzerland will probably be generating as well. So that's what I see. I can't tell you what platforms are going to exist because I can't see into the future, but it will be more common, and I feel like we would have made our peace with it. How can artists protect themselves in the AI dominated landscape? Well, to be honest, just lawyer up, always lawyer up, and have an entertainment lawyer who's knowledgeable about the space and about IP laws and protection, basically. And those will be the best people to advise in any situation.
The event reached a gratifying resolution with the closing remarks from the convener of the conference, Mr. Joseph Abiagom, reflecting on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence. Norma Obonna, reporting for Business Day Television.
First of all, the fact that young people, bright, intelligent young people are starting to take an active interest in agriculture. They can see the money. They can see the passion. I can see the passion. So for me, that was a major takeaway. Then, of course, we know what to do in agriculture in Nigeria. We've had hundreds of seminars and symposia about it. What we need to be doing now is to start identify our destinations and start having seminars to decide how we will achieve our preset denomination, rather than trying to redraw the rule book all the time. Oh, several. We're pioneering the Noila, which is a dual-purpose chicken breed that can change the face of protein malnutrition in Africa. And already we have over 1.2 million rural households. And we have nearly 10,000 mother units that are buying the day-old chicks, raising them for 5 weeks, and distributing all around the country. It's been very, very successful. We're very proud of it. We're also doing innovations like empowering farmers for broiler feed production, for sellers of chicken and beef and fish and eggs. So we're very, very proud of what we've been able to achieve in the protein space, in spite of all the challenges, while still forging ahead. Okay, for instance, our outgrower farmers, we give them the subsidized day-old chick price because we're the number one producers of day-old chicks in Nigeria. We're able to give them a certain subsidized price. We give them feed. We give them veterinary pharmaceuticals, also at subsidized prices. And most importantly, we take the products back from them into our chicken processing plants in Uyo, Kaduna, Benin, and Ibadan. That way, we're able to produce a closed circuit, end to end, for the farmers. And we've, by the grace of God, been able to bring thousands of farmers back into active business. Well, there's a lot of government can do, and I know they're doing a lot. I'm aware that there's quite a lot of effort, but like I said, we need to move away from from creating ideas to implementing the ideas we already have. And for instance, energy. Why is a farm in Nigeria paying an energy bill? In many countries, energy for farming is subsidized. The road networks. We were fortunate, the Oyo State Governor, Engineer Sheyi Makinde, visited one of our facilities and saw how horrible the road was. And we're glad to say that that road has been commissioned now. But how many people have that benefit? So infrastructure, government can help us with, and also the right environment, the economic environment. Government has no business doing agriculture. They have every business facilitating the production of food to get to the average Nigerian at the lowest price. And I wish them all the luck, all the best in the efforts that they're currently
The need for us to immediately future-proof our agri systems and make the country more food secure. We need more mechanization. We need an ecosystem of value chain actors coming together to build this. We need farmers to become more clusterized for interventions to work in a scale. Oh, very fantastic. So we work across 10 states in Nigeria, providing women farmers access to mechanization through cooperatives. We service flour mills of Nigeria, Coast rice. These are some of the biggest growers in the country. We provide fit-for-purpose mechanization from land preparation to harvesting services, and we have seen an increase in yield. Now, we deploy these solutions with an intent for the farmers to succeed, thereby becoming partners to the farmers for the future. We are at the verge of launching our e-commerce platform. It's called the Correct Farmer Platform for farmers to access these products from the comfort of their homes across board, and the growing population of farmers that we have needs to have these tools at their fingertips. The government needs to make their policy more consistent. That's all.
Well, the topic is the future of agriculture in Nigeria, and I just spoke on a panel about future-proofing Nigeria's food security. There's a lot that we have said, but I think the major thing is we need ecosystem players to collaborate so that we can scale, because it's easier to solve the problem at scale than acting fragmented. And of course, beyond that, we need government to be more of a facilitator to bring ecosystem players together, ensure that incentives are well aligned for all players to play. And those ecosystem players will include service providers like input suppliers, from mechanization to fertilizer to seed, then to financiers, financial institutions where I sit. For example, we have funds, and then we provide loans to trade finance loans to commodity exporters, and we finance a number of companies in Nigeria. So you bring financiers together also that way, and then you bring companies that want to scale agriculture, want to invest in the sector. You bring them together and you align incentives for everybody. But we need to start doing things at scale. We need to collaborate, because to really solve the problem, we need to have like an integrated systems approach, so that we can truly handle the problem from farm to table. I mean, it's a broad question. That like I said, agribusiness is a complex system. So I can't prescribe 1 or 2, 3 actionable steps. The first is different players need to understand what their role is. And government needs to use their power in the most effective way. That's the first. So what's the best way for them to use their power? I think that is to bring players to the table, align incentives for all of them, and then ensure that it's implemented. So you bring farmers, you bring commercial investors, you bring financiers, you bring input suppliers, and then you find the right incentives, the right partners, development partners, and you ensure that that's implemented, right? That's one, but it's a complex problem. So there's so many. There'll probably be a list of 100 things to be done. But the fact is, we can't solve the problem the way we are right now, because we're fragmented. Most of the things we have is wasting. So we need a systems approach. In that systems approach, government's role is to facilitate, bring every important stakeholder to the table. And the third is, we then need to, all of those players need to take their part as financiers and investors, as service providers, as agriculture and agribusiness companies, and solve their own part of the problem.
For us, starting with especially when we talk about cluster, especially for agriculture, we are ensuring that our rice farmers are in clusters. So right now, we have in Lagos a cluster of farms of about 1,000 hectares that is going to go into rice cultivation. We have 500 in Igua, which is in Ogun State. So we're having a cluster of farmers so that we can leverage on technology, particularly we're in talk with the drone producers for agro-input production, so that we can reduce the cost of production and invariably the cost of output. Yes, there's tractor on the go, and particularly again for the rice farmers, we're actually making provisions for technology to serve them and input to serve them in their clusters that we have created. They're already live, so you just need to be in those groups You have to be a part of the cooperative, part of the farming community in those groups where they are.
It reinforces the fact that stakeholders need to meet, to discuss, and forge a way forward, and particularly planning towards the future, which this conference is all about. The future of agriculture is propitious, but we need to plan, we need to talk about it, and most importantly, hammering on getting on action. Yeah. Technology comes in different forms and in shape. For us at Integrated Area Precision, we are providing farmers with precision agriculture solutions, such as drone technology services for spraying, planting of seed, application of fertilizers, something like an end-to-end, also helping them to detect pests and diseases early as possible. So our farmers, first of all, must have an open mindset to adopt, right, accept and adopt this technology. And we can put from different stakeholders, we can put together models that can allow our farmers to be able to access this technology at scale. I mentioned during my speech, we need to move to cluster farming, move our smallholder farmers from a fragmented system of production to a clustered system of production that allows them have access, easy access, right, to these technologies. And not only technology, interventions from the government, policies can be focused on them, and they can be able to have a voice, right, that is aggregated, that is and strong. So, and with that, I believe that we can be able to have access to technology. And of course, we cannot put away the fact that funding is important, yes, right? So we can come together to create a model that allows these farmers not only acquire this technology, but the goal is for them to have access, either through services or through other models. Yeah. Well, I would say that the government is an enabler. The government enables by creating the environment, the enabling environment. And what do I mean by enabling environment? The policies, right? The policies that make technology to strive, the policies that allows our farmers to work more efficiently. And working more efficiently, talking about cluster farming, we're going to be talking about land clearing and land development, and that is the responsibility of the government. And because the government is the owner of the land, right? So the government needs to do that and not moving away from land development into supporting farmers with, with the technology that can allow them to grow productively at scale and, more importantly, sustainably. So that's where government can come in. Okay. What's the difference? Well, this is 2025. One, but from our assessment, I can see the crop of stakeholders and professionals brought, in the room, and I believe that this is a hot pot, right, where these issues are being discussed, and I want to hope that from here we can be able to get into action, actions that result into real impact on real people, right? So beyond just talking, I can see the crop of people that is really significant and commendable. But what's going to be more important, and what I hope for through this conference, will be translating this discussion into action, right? We can see government, we can see private sector individuals, we can see development organizations who are interested in the agricultural sector. Yeah, we can be able to make things work.
Like I said in my presentation, all the stakeholders in the agri ecosystem in Nigeria, especially the government and the private sector and investors, need to come together to a round table to discuss the possible investment available for the mechanization ecosystem, especially for making tractors available to smallholder farmers, affordable tractors. If we have tractors that farmers can easily pay for, all right, it will reduce the dependency on on crude equipment. Okay, so the call to action is for every player in the system to sit down on a round table and discuss how to make this possible. If it is investment, bring in your investment. If it is policy, how can government policy improve and impact positively on the availability of tractors?
Can we, by policy, increase the number of tractors available to farmers across Nigeria? Can we, by policy, reduce the cost of tractors currently? So I think that is with the various stakeholders and the powers that be to make sure that tractors are everywhere for smallholder farmers. Yeah, and I think that's the way to go. With what we currently have, even imported tractors are not enough. Right, there's a huge deficit of almost about 200,000 tractors in Nigeria. We can make that up. We can make up that number by fabricating locally, by supporting local fabricators. I don't think we have up to 5 firms or companies fabricating currently in Nigeria. We can increase the number of local fabricators. We can make funds available to them to be able to include. We can develop markets for them. We can help them with demand. We can help them with all sort of their capacity to be able to adequately fabricate and manufacture and release these tractors to the farming population to enable everybody have at least enough tractors to farm their land. We provide technology services connecting farmers to owners of tractors, number one. We also work in policy, working with the government to see how, through the impact of policy, we can reduce drastically the effect of the economy on fabricators and manufacturers and importers of tractors. Right. Number three, we collaborate. We work with every interested private sector player, public sector player, and farmer groups to understand the various challenges and how to play our role in reducing the problems. Yeah, it's definitely a limitation because, again, like I said at the presentation, if farmlands are scattered everywhere, it's almost impossible for any owner of tractor to make their tractors available. All right. So how do we start clustering farmers? How do we start bringing them together? How do we make it possible for a particular, for instance, a particular 200 hectares or 1,000 hectares? Yeah. How do we make it possible for farmers to actually cultivate together? Right. How do we build a farming community? Okay, so that when a tractor hits that community, the owner is able to till about 1,000 hectares or even 500 hectares or 2,000 hectares, right, without moving out of that community. So clustering is the way to go. Developing farming communities is the way to go. My major takeaway from this event is that if, again, all the stakeholders can collaborate and they mean it, it's possible to make Nigeria so food secure.
So I think number one, it's a myth to say that we don't have farmers in Lagos. In the last 6 months, 9 months to 1 year, we in the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Systems, we've been on farm tours, moving around various farms in the 3 agricultural zones of Lagos in Badagry, Ikorodu, and Ekpe areas. Maybe we don't have as many vegetable or crop farmers as you have in other parts of the country because our farmers are more focused on poultry, livestock, piggery, and aquaculture. So they are also farmers. And then you have the artisanal fishermen as well. But we do have farmers indeed in Lagos. In the Ojo axis, for instance, Badagry, you have a lot of vegetable farmers. In the Ekpe axis, Ikorodu axis, you have a lot of aquaculture and poultry farmers. And in other areas, you have pig farmers as well. So number one, it is a myth that we do not have farmers. Being here today at the Business Day Summit, moving Nigeria from food scarcity to sufficiency and what have you, it just consolidates everything we have been doing as a Lagos state government under the leadership of Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, putting together a market-led transformation. I was very happy that in there, one of the panelists had mentioned that systems and building the right kind of systems for all stakeholders within the value chain is actually what is most critical, rather than giving silo-led interventions, which is what is the norm. And having a market-led transformation system is actually the fulcrum of all we are doing in the state government in Lagos State. And essentially, it is harmonizing all the efforts of value chain actors. So you're talking about logistics providers, you're talking about storage facilities, being made available. You're talking about input providers. You're talking about market actors themselves, the market men and women. You're talking about aggregators. You're talking about financiers. You're talking about everybody and anyone you can think of in the value chain that would ensure that your food moves from the farm to your table. That is the essence of having a market-led system, and that is what we are doing in Lagos State. Building the largest food logistics hub, which will cater to the aggregation that is required to be able to consolidate all holdings around food and ensure that at least we have a minimum of 180 days of availability of food if there's a disruption in the system. Yes, would that guarantee?
That guarantee drop in price.
Yes, that's the whole idea, because when you have enough food available, it means you take out fluctuations as regards availability. Also, you have preservation in place because you can't store food without having the right preservation technologies in place. At the same time, the price point at which you buy, it means you no longer are subject to demand and supply fluctuations or even climatic conditions, because you have the foods available year round, and for that reason you can actually stabilize prices. These are areas we have seen are critical to the overall ecosystem in agriculture, and this is where we are putting our monies behind, to ensure that for the entire Nigerian space. And when we talk about agricultural food availability, Lagos is at the forefront. We understand our place as the largest market in sub-Saharan Africa, and we know that we must also collaborate with other states that have the capacity and capability to be able to provide the quantum of food that is required. So this is not just a silo game. It is for all of us, private sector, public, non-governmental, civil society, for all of us to partner, come together, and ensure that we have food available for everyone. So I hope I have broken the myth for you, but I mean, it's left for you to come and see what we are doing in the space, but we indeed do have farmers. I mean, come out during World Food Day celebration and you'll see that Lagos does indeed have farmers. No, when you say eggs are expensive,
Does he think that
in Lagos, we just rounded up the Onje Eco Farmers Subsidy Program, where we actually subsidize input feed for poultry farmers and aquaculture farmers. We gave a 25% subsidy. We worked with the likes of Olam and with the likes of Animal Care in ensuring that the farmers got the feed also directly from the manufacturers themselves. And that was able to help bring down the cost of eggs and the cost of chicken and the cost of even fish. Right now, as I speak to you, at one of our facilities, which is the middle level hub at Mushi Idiro, that's a fresh food hub, egg is sold at the lowest price in the state. And when I'm talking about eggs, I'm talking about the largest sized eggs, and a crate is going for 5,300, whereas in other parts of the state we have eggs going for about 6,000 to 6,500 naira. The same thing is happening for many other products, and these are things that we are working on as a state government to say, when we have specific locations, when we have facilities that can be controlled in terms of quality, in terms of accessibility by the farmers themselves, where you negate the middlemen, then consumers will be able to access food at lower prices, and government will also be able to intervene properly and ensure that in terms of subsidies, in terms of interventions, it is going straight from government to the consumer, taking out the middleman in the whole space. My major takeaways from this event would be that, number one, we have actors who are really practicing within the space. And when I say actors, you're talking about from farmers themselves to those who are in the finance sector. And these are people who truly are catering to the people within the space, so they know what they're talking about. Number two, I'm very happy, again, like I mentioned earlier, it is a systemic solution that must be adopted. And a systemic solution means we cannot work in silos. We must cater to the issues surrounding logistics. We must cater to the issues surrounding storage. We must cater to the issues surrounding credit and finance and insurance and financial accessibility. We must cater to production itself. We must cater to climatic issues regarding ESG and what have you. We must cater to water resources even being made available. So when you put all of this together in one full basket, and solutions are tailored to each and every one of them, but in congruence with one another, then we'll start to have the right kind of solutions to the entire problem. The bottom line at the end of the day is food availability. What is food availability? It is when food is made available at the right price, in the right quantity, at the right time, to the right consumers. And this is where markets also come in. Markets help to harmonize all of these efforts together. And for you and I, that comes up to us in the form of pricing and in the form of the freshness and wholeness of the food. So this is what we are doing in Lagos State government, and I'm very happy that what Business Day is doing here today, it just harmonizes for us all of our efforts in the last couple of years.
As Jovren Group, we own 48,000 metric ton cocoa processing plants in Nigeria, which make us the largest indigenous cocoa processing plants in Nigeria and second largest indigenous cocoa processing plants in Africa. So as a group, we encourage value addition, and that is why we are into value addition, adding value to our commodity. So as a group in John Vane Group, we have some of our subsidiaries that are adding value to our commodities, such as cocoa processing. So in John Vane Industries, what we do is we process cocoa bean into cocoa butter, cocoa cake, cocoa powder, which are also served as raw material for some organization. And as a processing company, we also process cashew into some other derivative under the authority of our other subsidiary, Noble Eagle. We also process sesame. We process soybean into soybean oil. We process paddy rice into polished rice. And with this, what we are doing is to encourage value addition to our commodity and also to discourage food importation. We are encouraging local food production within the agricultural sector and also to encourage the smallholder farmers into farming and also to encourage the youth to go back to farm, because by adding value to all this commodity, we are also encouraging people to come and rather than exporting the raw commodity abroad. In John Vane Group today, we are partnering with over 15,000 farmers, and by 2030, we have a target of partnering with 150,000 farmers, and which means that in long term, we are encouraging more smallholder farmers. And also within our schemes, we have a scheme in John Vane Group. We have the in-grass schemes, and we have the hard-grass scheme. We are doing this to encourage farmers, especially from the small orders to the mid-level and to the large farmers group. And in John Vane Groups today, we are encouraging cooperative settings. We are encouraging farmer groups in such a way that our farmers, especially both in our hard-grass farming scheme and in-grass farming scheme, we have different farmers group and we have different cooperative. And we are not stopping at that. As I speak to you, as of last week, we still have a team on the field encouraging cooperative formation so that we can have more farmer group within our group to encourage smallholder farming system within our business. Yeah, in Nigeria today, farmers are suffering up to 40% post-harvest loss. We realize this as a business, as John Vane Group. And that is why we have built and we are still building small warehousing units in every community where we have our farmer group in order to avert the challenges of poor road, like you mentioned. Before they bring in their commodity from the farm to the town or from the farm to the market, there are lots of losses. So in order to avert this, in each of our community where our cooperative and farmer group are established, we have many warehouses for them. And also through our logistic arm, as a business, we also have a logistic arm named Even Hauling, where we have over 100 trucks. So we have access to easy logistics. So through this, we move all this in bits from their local warehousing to the factory and also to the mega warehouses in the city. We also, through our transportation system that we currently established, we also encourage farmers and make transportation easier for them for moving their products from their farm to the local warehouse up and also to our mega warehouses in the city and also to the factory for processing. Yeah, so our business, we are into both local processing and also into export of the finished products. So like I mentioned earlier about the losses that the farmers are encountering and faces on the farm. You also mentioned poor road infrastructure. So we need the government to intervene into all these challenges. This John Vent has proposed solution to logistics, but how many can the private sector do? So we want the government to come on board and assist the smallholder farmers. Yes, there are schemes that we as a business have established to help these farmers, but we can only do this to the farmers under our group. I mentioned earlier that we are looking at 150,000 farmers by 2030. But in Nigeria today, we cannot reach all the farmers. We cannot provide solution to all the problems that all the farmers in Nigeria are facing. So we need the government to come on board and assist the private sector in order to help the farmers. Government might not be able to reach these farmers directly, but we have a chain where we can reach these farmers directly. We already established that platform where we can reach these farmers directly. And in another way of where the government can come in, they can assist with either no interest or very low interest loan, where which we can, or this can come through us to the farmers because we have a well-established microfinancing system whereby these farmers can get this loan without interest. Even as a business, as I talked to you, we give our farmers no interest loan. So if a business, a private sector could do this, then government can also do this. So we need the support of the government in this line and also to improve infrastructure, good roads, good roads, to solve logistics problem, and this will also encourage the youth to remain at the farm, and it will also reduce urban migration. The farmers will have peace of staying over in the farm. Yeah, so I mentioned that by 2030, we are looking at partnering with 150,000 farmers. And I also mentioned that we need government intervention in building roads, providing irrigation, providing potable water for farmers, making farmers' livelihood better. By the time we have support for 150,000 farmers in the food sector today, you will see the impact in the life of people, not now, not even in the farmers alone, because food will be accessible for the community where these farmers are. Even in the nearer community to where the farmers are settled, there will be enough food supply. The farmers and the community livelihood will be better. And as John Vent as a business, because these are our farmer group, the commodities that we trade in, there will be sufficient raw materials for the business to process. And through this, it's a chain from the farm to the business, from the business to the government, because when the business makes money, then the government will also take some taxes. So it's a chain. Yeah, so what we have done and what we are still doing is to ensure that we partner with both private investors and public investors. Recently, we partnered with BRI, and last year, we also partnered with IFC, and we also have some personal investors that are willing to partner with us because of the good work that the business is doing. Yeah, so in Nigeria today, agribusiness have access to maybe about 5% lending from commercial bank. And because our major commodity in Joven Group is cocoa processing. Cocoa processing is highly capital intensive. So because of this, for our business sustainability, the strategy we have adopted, like I mentioned to you earlier, is to encourage private investors and also public investors. Like I said, we partner with BII, and last year, we also got some funding from IFC and from some commercial bank. And because of the highly intensive how the capital is, we are open for more investors to come into the business, for our business to grow bigger and better.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I work in this mechanic village before the coastal road started. And since the coastal road has started, I think it really affects the business a lot. But actually, I don't care because when the coastal road is fully done, I believe the more customer will come in. Not like before when we have access from the left and the right. Now we only have one access that we have is from the right. So a lot of customers started complaining that it's far. They cannot come in from Marua. They cannot do that. So a lot of customers have said you have to come to their house or you have to come and pick up the car. So it really affect the business. But as long as the road is for the benefit of everybody, it's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Lagosians. I believe when the road is fully done, established, and more customer will come in. But for now, it really, really affects our job. A lot of my colleagues have already left this place and look for someone else to work. I would like the president to look into our situation. We need a more bigger workshop that will have more access that they can give us. Like this VI are facing a lot of challenges. Today tax force, tomorrow they start disturbing us. You understand? So we need, in this VI we need a big mechanic village where people can come in and a lot of people we know about and say, oh, these are mechanic village, go there and work. So here we are working, we are having serious challenges. I'm really happy to see the road, where the road is now, unlike before, the way it is before. And now it's look more beautiful. If you come here in the night, you can play ball on this place. You can even play table tennis on it. We have your table tennis. So it's very, very good. It's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Goshen, for everybody. So we have to, and for the in the future generations, they'll enjoy a better road to drive on. I think it's okay. I really love it. But for now, it seriously affects my business, and not only me, a lot of people. But as long as the future is still okay with the generation that is coming, I'm okay with it. Ẹ̀yin ìjọba wa nílùú Èkó ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ fún ohun iṣẹ́ takuntakun tẹ́ ń ṣe. Inú mi máa ń dùn gan pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ takuntakun tí ìjọba Èkó ń ṣe. Àpàtúfẹ́ kẹ́ bá wa look into àwọn ìdọ̀tí ti pọ̀ jù ní àsìkò gọ́vnà wa Babájídé Sanwó-Olú, torí kò rí báyìí lásìkò bàbá wa Fáṣọlá àti Ambode. Wọ́n ní láti bá wa ṣe kọ́kọ́ sí ọ̀rọ̀ ìdọ̀tí àti àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké tó kọ̀ pọ̀ káàkiri gbogbo àdúgbò tí wọn ò níṣẹ́ tó constitute nuisance. Ìjọba Èkó need láti look into it, kó má di wípé èèyàn ní lè jáde mọ́ ń dájí ní aago 5 àbí kí èèyàn fẹ́ máa lọlé lálẹ́ kẹ́rù máa bà. Ìjọba Èkó ẹ bá wa ṣiṣẹ́ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. We need serious security in Lagos State, because kí èèyàn máa jí jáde ń dájí kẹ́rù máa bà yàn. O tún close lálẹ́ kẹ́rù máa bà yàn, kó máa gba fóònù ẹ̀, wọ́n máa rọ̀bù ẹ̀. Àwọn ọmọ yẹn kàn pọ̀ sí àwọn bí wọ́n ti ń wá. Wèrè dẹ̀ ti pọ̀jù, wèrè ọ̀dọ́ ti pọ̀jù gan. Àwọn méjèèké ìmúkùmù tó mu ọkàn ń ya wèrè ni. Ẹjọ́ tó rẹ̀ bá wà nǹkan ṣe sí bí tá drug yẹn bá ti ń wọ ìtàn bá ti lè stop ẹ̀. Wèrè ọ̀dọ́ ti pọ̀jù lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ju ẹjọ́ tó Ọlọ́run. Ìhòòhò Nàìjíríà state tó ní wèrè jù Lagos State ni. Ẹjọ́ wọn láti wá nǹkan ṣe sí because of this hard drug. Ní sùjú báyìí ẹ ṣe o.
are watching Business Day Television.
On 2025, a devastating flooding struck Ngwan Hasawa, a community in Mokwa local government area of Niger State, submerging homes and farmlands, claiming numerous lives and displacing hundreds of residents. It left the otherwise serene community with sorrow, pain, and tears. The tears have refused to stop flowing from the youngest to the oldest residents. They have been wailing for their lost ones, destroyed homes, farmlands, businesses, and hopelessness that they have found themselves. Survivors told Business Day that the heavy flooding began around 7 a.m. and lasted until about 4 p.m. However, some residents reported that the flooding occurred without any prior rainfall or noticeable weather changes, leaving the exact cause of the disaster unclear.
On Wednesday, we just wake up in the morning around 6:45 to 7 o'clock. So I was inside the house. Almost everybody is inside the house. All I could notice, I hear the crowd. Everybody were just rushing, running. So I see that the crowd is too much. I try to come out to verify what happened, that people are shouting and running. And when I come outside, all I could see is water flowing with the people's goods and properties, even the human beings along with the houses. So what we were first doing, we were trying to rescue those people that water are flowing, trying to take away. So, but unfortunately, before we know, it reaches our places also. We couldn't help them again. We started running for our own life as well. We tried to rescue our properties, but unfortunately, we couldn't help ourselves. So many lives have gone, and so many people have also injured. Unlike our neighbor, he lost 9 people. The next neighbor lost 8, while the other lost 10. The other, some people even lost 15. So any figure of death that they recorded is true, because in 2 houses you can record 30 people, or more than 35. So even if they tell you that the people that lost their lives in this incident, they are more than 200, it's true, because we have 2 malams that are having Almajiri students under their care. One man has almost 50 students in Almajiri in their houses, because it happens in the morning, and they are doing their morning recitation, karatu. So all they could notice, the water just started entering, and you can't gather them. There are too many. As you are telling them to come back here, that is how some of them are even rushing to enter the water again. And the water was just flowing. It doesn't start gently. The water comes once. It doesn't start gently. So many people died on this water.
People have lost a lot. Because I think some people came back, they sold some food and they came back with a lot of money, because it was on Wednesday to Thursday. And it is Wednesday that we do eat our market here. So people sold almost everything they had. So the thing was not that funny, honestly. It was, people lost a lot. Lives. Some family of 20. It's only one they have seen. Family of 15, only 2 people. Some people, they are still searching. Till 10 o'clock yesterday, the burial ground was full. Dead body everywhere. So the experience was not funny at all. It wasn't.
A gaskiya tallafin da ake cewa ana kawo mana, mu gaskiya ba mu gan shi. Mu yanzu muna son gwamnati ta taimaka mana saboda Allah. Muna son ba mu da wurin zama, nan muke kwana, mu hura wuta mu zauna nan, ba mu da inda za mu kwanta. In ruwan sama ya zo, ba inda za mu shiga.
There is no any sign, there is no any rain. No. We just woke up and saw the water flowing. So before we know, within some, so can I even say a minute, within a second, the water has filled up everywhere. I was able to escape with my wife and some of my brothers. My mother was involved. In fact, my people.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. The name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us this wonderful afternoon. Let's see what's making headlines today. Dangote plans major shake-up of Nigeria downstream oil sector. Nigeria's 30-kilometer coastal highway closed 10 days after launch. Nigeria forfeits $4 million from World Bank loan. U.S. Health Secretary sacks entire U.S. vaccine committee. Man United renew interest in Victor Osimhen after Saudi rejection. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where President of Dangote Group and founder of the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, Aliko Dangote, has revealed an impending shakeup in Nigeria's downstream oil sector. Dangote, speaking after President Bola Tinubu's recent tour of the $20 billion Lekki-based refinery, revealed that a significant announcement is forthcoming, describing it as a major shakedown across the country. The Dangote Group president clarified that the initiative won't be about slashing fuel prices, but rather a complete restructuring of the downstream segment. Moving on, the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway has reportedly been closed down 10 days after the launch. According to reports, stakeholders are expressing concern as the road that was declared ready and commissioned is not yet fully open to motorists. Workers at the site revealed that the road closure is due to ongoing work still from the Dangote refinery and at some point at Eko Ekate. The workers revealed that the areas are motorable, adding that the road was open between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. on Sunday as people used the road within that period. To end the local news, the federal government is expected to lose $4 million from a World Bank loan after failing to meet auditing standards on a key revenue reform covering the Federal Inland Revenue Service and the Nigeria Customs Service. Reports show that the fund formed part of the $103 million Fiscal Governance and Institutions Project, a public financial management initiative financed through a credit facility from the International Development Association. According to the World Bank's restructuring paper dated June 2025, the revenue assurance audit covering the FIRS and customs for the 2018 to 2021 financial years was assessed as not achieved because the report submitted did not meet international auditing standards. And on the foreign scene, U.S. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has removed all 17 members of a committee that issues official government recommendations on immunizations. Announcing the move, Kennedy revealed that conflicts of interest on the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices were responsible for undermining trust in vaccinations, insisting that he wanted to ensure the American people receive the safest vaccines possible. According to reports, doctors and health experts have criticized Kennedy's long-standing questioning of the safety and efficacy of a number of vaccines. Well, to end the news, Manchester United have reportedly reignited their pursuit of Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen following the Napoli star's decision to reject a mega money move to Saudi Arabia. The 26-year-old Super Eagles striker turned down a staggering £40 million per year offer from Saudi Pro League side Al Hilal, despite the club agreeing to a £75 million transfer fee with Napoli. Al Hilal had initially offered 30 million annually before raising the proposal to 40 million euros in a final attempt to secure his signature. Osimhen's rejection of the Saudi deal has now reopened the door for European clubs, with Manchester United among those closely monitoring the situation. United, who recently signed Brazilian forward Matheus Cunha from Wolves, however, remain keen on adding Osimhen to bolster their attacking options under new manager Ruben Amorim. Well, that's where we wrap it up this afternoon on the BDTV News at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wale Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by Business Day. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development.
Business Day Media hosted a policy intervention roundtable on harnessing tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sectors. The conference united legal experts, tax authorities, policymakers, and industry leaders to discuss effective structuring and alignment of tax incentives with Nigeria's economic goals. The publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as they say, better late than never.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was delivered by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, who made emphasis on the tax reforms and spoke about the Economic Development Initiative Scheme.
You could count on one finger, fingertips of one hand, the issues that have been mostly debated. And I always like to remind people that we're talking about a transformative reform where we've taken more than 15 different tax laws and compressed them into 4. They have over 400 pages, more than 200 provisions. Many of them are new. So it's important that we pay attention to those very important changes, because